And good evening, everybody, and welcome to, now you can see our faces, the first stream of the new year! Hello, and welcome back to more Component Cast. We are the Monday group, the Elendor Chronicles crew, and we're going to be kicking off the new year. I hope you enjoyed the one-shots that we did over the holidays and had a wonderful holiday break. If you celebrate Christmas, Happy New Year. If you don't celebrate, I hope you had a nice December. It was a good time. I had a lovely time. Just to, before we get back into it, let's break some of the zoomies and just talk about the Karlach in the room and just general other things of what did you guys get any cool D&D or TTRPG stuff for the holidays? Because I certainly got some nice dice that I'm going to be rolling to get, develop your impending doom.
I didn't.
Wait, can I roll my own private dice?
Can you roll your own private
if
dice?
they're on camera.
If we're gonna play that game, I got some dice I can go get.
No, but you're not gonna be able to see these very early. I tried to show Beth earlier by zooming in and stuff. Maybe I'll get up the secondary cam and hold them to that. But there's like a D20 set. Well, it's a polyhedral set with blue dragon's eyes in the center that float around. They're not gonna. It's not on an autofocus. And another one with blossoms, and then another one with a chaotic creature in the center that I can't show off because it's my girlfriend's face. But yeah, I hope everybody had a wonderful holiday break. But we are back, and you know what? Before we get on with tonight's show, normally we do all the spiel about, ways that you can support us, becoming a sub, becoming a patron. I'm just going to simplify it today and say, if you want to help us out, one of the things you can do that best help us, especially in this new year, is to just go and listen to our stuff on Spotify or different platforms, or watch the reruns on YouTube, or catch back up on broadcast. If you missed any of the other shows, all of our shows are available in their own podcast categories. We have we're available pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast for this show and et al. So the holiday one-shots, which are a lot of fun. If you want to see me be a goblin from Birmingham, definitely go check out the Goodies for Gobbies special that we did with the Tuesday crew, which also will be back with more Lancer very, very soon. All right, gang. Without further ado, let's get on with tonight's broadcast. And we are back. So, where we left off? Well, we left off our broadcast with our adventurers with that impending message in their quest log, the one that said that if you progress past this point, you will not be able to go back on your saves. So finish up any other things that you want to. Make sure you collated your party and you have all your ducks in a row before proceeding, because the end game is upon us. Whilst that's a bit more figurative than what's actually going on, it is apt. We left our party off at the dawning of an apocalypse. Valymr, Breton, and Anrayne Sunderstar, also known as Ruby, had been involved with an emerging plague in the plains of the Nardathel, which turned out to be yet another cult rising up almost inevitably. whilst they saved many of the nobles of the Nardathal in a plot that would have overthrown an entire nation, they lost a few allies and could not prevent the end from breaching through. Now time is short and hope fading, but an emergence of new power has begun. Many of their allies who have vestiges of the time before, powers within them from long ago, have begun to become more empowered. People like Ulfric the Bard Scholar, people like the one remaining guardian of a seal, Eladrin the Immortal, Eolas. Their powers are returning. Not to mention, other allies are as prepared as they probably could be for an all-out war, even if heaven did return. That being said, not all hope is lost. In this time, most of the seals, nay, all bar one, are now broken, which means they are usable magic items. And our team have begun to collect these weapons to ready and fight down the final boss. They are also in the search of the remaining pieces of the puzzle of how to reform a seal and save the world. We left off, however, after you guys managed to recover the Platinum Chalice from Atria. You are currently at the great home of the Gold Dragon families in their private estate as the mountain with no end began to erupt and everyone was evacuating the capital of Atria. You managed to get, I believe, a few magic items as you were shown into an artistic vault of cultural delights, which had, surprisingly a few masterwork weapons in it. But we left off with you meeting Procopius's grandmother. And yeah, party. Over to you guys.
We never got a stat card of some sort for the chalice. Only a list of abilities, which you said you were still kind of working on.
Yes.
Yeah, it's true.
It is. I don't have one in the game, but I think we messaged in Discord what it does. It is essentially, it's not an attuned item. You purely use it for these rituals.
I will look around Discord for it.
I will find. Yeah, if not, I will get it properly rewritten up. If not, I will dig through my notes.
I see it not.
You see it not? Okay, I will definitely dig through my notes. Because also, I see it not. I could have sworn it was in here. My bad. I will dig that out. It might even be. One moment.
Is it the Godmother's gift?
No.
That's what I have.
Does it you have? Oh, okay.
That's the reformed Brayler's Hearts.
Right, yeah, I don't see any others then.
It may or may not be physical on my physical notebook, so where's the note work I did on the names? Hold on, I'll search for that anyway for you.
And we went to Procopius's grandmother?
Yes.
Right? We're at her house?
It's the family estate of their
Yes.
his entire larger family. Yeah, it's where their massive treasure hoard is.
Polyxena is her name, I think?
Yes, but you can call her Polly.
So I think she gave us some stuff, but for the most part we are just here to sleep and then move on, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, we checked some things out, but when it came to actually asking about their hoard, I think we asked about books.
Yeah.
But right next about books, and the only book they had was a wisdom book,
Yes.
which doesn't help any of us to any real degree.
not isn't like 48 hours or something you have to read.
Not for the amount of time it would take us to invest in it.
Yeah.
The time to efficiency ratio is not in our favor.
Quite possibly, yeah. It would be a nice boon.
And I suggested,
but...
let's call Zedaar. Let's call Zedaar, get him out here, and he can read it while the rest of us are off saving the world. Because if he's going to help us fight the final fight, like, let's make sure he's in as good a shape as he can get.
It is something you should start thinking about, is what allies you want to call on, possibly, like, get the roster ready for the final fight.
All of them. Are we thinking of going to find other seals to, I guess, collect them all before we head off to the island then?
Only 2 seals left.
When we
the
can't
Soul
get
Chain, and that's still being dredged out of the ocean at the second summit, and the Scales, which would require us to go to the Cognate.
Yeah. Right, I remember them being in the Cognate.
They were taken once
they're in the
I think it was the
Caliphate,
Cognate.
they're in the
Caliphate. The other one that sounds the the Caliphate. Once they took over the Vestilian theocracy, they took the Scales for themselves.
And we were told that those aren't especially helpful in combat.
Wasn't it that the Scales they were used to create a seal? Something along those lines? I don't know. I've got a
I don't
really
remember them talking about with the Scales, so they do it all.
No, I don't think you have been given much information on the Scales. Just to reiterate what was said by Zep and those who were trying to pull the Soul Chain out from the water, is it's a case of they're going to have to send people to probably get it because it was resisting coming up. If that's something you guys wanted to be a part of and try to do, you can probably investigate.
Go get Valymr, the cloak of the mage away from Valymr.
Diving into the deep ocean? Yeah, Valymr, let's just get right on that.
It is perfectly safe.
You literally have the equipment for it. It's like you're made for it.
Can stay there.
Built different.
Built like a bloody...
You have the dark vision so you can see.
I don't. I mean, my blindfold will get wet.
You have regular dark vision so you can see.
Yeah, you literally just have sonar. Like when you get into deep water and it's too dark and you can't see through the murk, you can still see. Like it's meant to be, Valymr.
Yep.
I think I'm being bullied right now.
What level is it that paladins forget fear?
10.
Look, there is a difference between fear and phobia. I am immune to fear. I am not immune to phobia.
But phobia is what makes you afraid, so you're still scared of it, you're just not afraid.
Look, a phobia isn't an irrational fear for nothing. Like, irrational is very much a part of it.
Yeah, but you have supernatural fear resistance.
Sure, still, yeah, the water is just not a vibe, though.
Anyway.
Just gonna bypass that whole scenario, thank you.
If we're not going after the Soul Chain and we're not going after the Scales, then all that's left to do is get all the people that we need for this into one place.
We can go after the Scales. We do know where they are. We have a map to everything on the world right now.
Did Polly give us did she give you a teleportation circle device thing for the Caliphate? Is that not something I vaguely remember? Did somebody give you that? I guess not.
I've got the Codex, which tells me where everything is.
Yeah, right.
It had a far more complicated name, Glimmer's Codex, which was just what we were calling it, because that was the easiest way to call it.
Yeah. The Constellium.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's some note taking.
You also only explored one avenue of research. in terms of the vault. Not this vault, the one in the Rien.
Yeah.
You only looked into the boons of one of those gods.
Yeah, we can go back. Got shit to do.
You can go back. You've got, like I said, you can go to Caliphate. You can explore more options with the Soul Chain. You can, I don't know, like time is waning, but it's
straight
not...
into the middle of Dragon Island. See how it goes.
You can certainly try, and we'd be ending the session right here.
I have maps in my head, but not on the paper for this.
You also don't have a full picture of just exactly what you'll need to do to make a seal, so there is more grounds to...
We have the ritual now. We know we got to do something on Dragon Isle for it.
Yes. You can probably guess, but you haven't...
Mitch, I gotta ask a weird question now, because I just looked at my inventory and there's an item in it that I don't know what the hell it does, and it doesn't have a description.
Sure.
What the fuck is a Ring of Arcane Refocus?
The Ring of Arcane Refocus was the ring that allowed you to, as a bonus action, regain the spell... if you were attuned to it, regain the spell slot of the spell if it didn't target. If it didn't...
I don't know why the hell that's in my inventory. That should be in the party there.
Well, like, if you cast counter spell and you fail, then you don't lose the spell.
You can spend a bonus action to reclaim that, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because some of these items just have the name. They don't actually have the description to them. Alright. That's fine. Unless we want to look through the very generous horde of Paul and yourself, and they will be willing to lend us anything for the fights ahead, do we just make our way back to Seat? Look more into what research we have there, see what more relics the gods have left for the protection of the world, and then start wondering who we want to talk to about who wants to pledge further efforts. I mean, we have to wait for everyone to arrive there regardless, or arrive at the staging ground. Like, we can't do anything before all the armies are positioned, otherwise we're just going off without all the aid that we've actually been promised. But once they're ready, we should really be ready to go as well.
Yes, and
the staging ground will be Rien anyway, and that's, if we want to do more research, that's probably where we should go.
Eolas is also still having... You're getting a duped crown made, which is still ongoing.
Do we know how long that'll take, roughly?
You were given an exact time frame.
Okay. Long time-ish.
To create a faithful replica of one of the most famous crowns in history, enough that it would fool cultists who are searching for the seals. Yeah.
Would not like an random ass crown with an enchantment of like minor illusion? That, I mean, it wouldn't pass the stringent tests of, but that'd be there.
You're trying to fool dragons.
Never mind. Fair.
That's my one-line answer to that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's a good answer, honestly.
And I know that I roll badly, but yeah.
Yeah, you don't really need to roll with True Sight. Okay, I guess then there was that Lance of Dragon Slaying.
Yes.
Do we want to take that?
that was definitely something we considered taking because it also does not require attunement.
No, it does not.
Mm.
And an extra, what is it, 3d6?
It's a lance.
Yes.
It's a lance.
Yeah.
Throw that shit at Valymr at Baron.
Either Breton or Valymr would do it, depending on who's mounted where or what. Like, it's a potent item, or even
Breton turns into a demigriff knight.
or even or
I could fuck a dragon up. Don't even get me started.
Exactly.
I'd say the only argument against it would be, with the blindfold, I can basically ensure it's a crit for myself, but also I'm not going to be as mounted as you at any point, so it probably still should go to you.
You'd also have to attune to it with your Hexblade power.
Yeah, because you.
Yeah.
Well, you would have to decide: are you going to use the lance, or are you going to use the Shadow Prince's resolve?
Yeah,
Revenge.
And
sorry.
The blindfold doesn't work with lances; it only works with glaives and warhammers. But
yep.
So yeah, I still think I should go with you.
But Ruby can use it, as can Breton relatively effectively.
I wasn't aware Ruby had the strength score to carry a lance.
Doesn't require a strength score, does it?
Lance is a strength-based weapon.
Yeah. I believe they do.
Unless you are a mage.
Not finesse, I'll tell you that.
Fair. She can wield it. I didn't say effectively.
Well, if we're thinking, whose hand do we put this in so it's most efficient? I think at the end of the day, it comes down to Breton is both can be a mounted combatant and is strong as fuck. So
you also have allies that if you choose to bring them, it might be worth gathering items to empower them. This is the other thing. You are going to be devising your party and devising the group for the end.
I need to go get Darius. We need to go get Siraj. We need to go get Zep.
It's also outside of
resurrect
other PCs. Outside of other PCs that we have, because those are something that will be I'll require input from those players, but you have a whole host of other allies. Is there any prep that you might want to do with Joanna, for example? Is there, if she's someone you might want to bring? You've got people like the Crown Prince. You've got people like even the Iron Duke, if you could try to convince him. You've got Procopius. You've got... I'm just spattering names. There's that. You've met a whole cast of allies.
If we weren't going
brought
to
the Iron Duke, it basically be like everyone's fighting fantasy and he's fighting like Titanfall.
Well, if we're gonna... Ruby wanted to... If we're not gonna go for the scales, Ruby wanted to take Joanna and go back and do research, but also help train Joanna.
Mm-hmm.
As far as Ruby is aware, and Beth is aware, Johanna is a child of destiny, but also a powerful spellcaster in her own right.
Yes.
There aren't a lot of people she can go hand to hand with or spell to spell with.
Most likely.
So Ruby will like to train Joanna. More efficient in combat, more ready, more alert. She's got the practical experience, or it's not the practical, traveling with us, but she doesn't have a lot of combat experience. That and researching. So that's Ruby's vote, is go back to seat, get Joanna, and train and read. But the Iron Duke would be a good idea. Zedaar would be a wonderful addition to our little party again.
We should probably gather what Reynards are still willing to fight for all the effects. I mean, Darius, Antoine, his brother, is one of the most prolific casters in the realms. He would be immensely useful in getting us there. And regardless of our personal feelings on the family, a handful of very good fighters and commanders to no point less.
At this point, it's the end of the world. I'm willing to put aside my issues with them. Don't ask me to teleport to the island, though. I'm not doing that. And Valymr,
Nothing bad has ever
don't
happened
cast
on the island.
anything on the island, okay?
Nothing bad has ever happened on the island. It's fine.
But if we all go back to Seat, one of you guys can catch an island or a boat to Bulb, I think is the name of the island. Bulb?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Catch a boat. Go meet with the Dariuses.
I think pretty much every member of the Nautilus that we could think to commit to this is already committed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be busy with another route for the invasion regardless. I wish I could talk to Alistair and the King of Ate. They're dead.
Well, Alistair may come back when all of this is over.
Maybe. What about your mentor, Breton?
Last we'd spoken, he was working with the. Last we'd spoken, he was making his way to the sea, to the council, to speak with the higher ups.
No, you sent him to the farmhouse to secure it with a group of other knights and begin preparing an assault through the portal.
Yeah, guess what Nardafel's going to do.
Before the apocalypse happened, anyway. That was his last standing order. You sent him as someone you could rely on to be helming that whilst you dealt with the Citadel crisis.
So he's already got his job. And we're going to see him again because there's no way we're going to be able to skimp out on assailing the Blood Keep.
Attack on Bloodkeep.
Do we do that before we go to the island? Is that going to be... Is that a pressing thing for us to do? Will that help the assault on the island if the Bloodkeep has fallen?
I think that's going to be one of the things that we have to come to a realization of. Which of those is going to... I feel like once we've assailed the island, this is a situation where they would fall back to this place. Like if we assail it and they flee, is this where they're just going to go? Do we go there first to cut off their escape route?
Unfortunately, we can't be at both places at once. And they don't know where they're going once they get into hell. We do.
Yeah, we know where to bring them.
So, and that is, so part of the fact that we're recruiting a lot of allies, it will be that we may be splitting our forces to handle these two avenues at the same time.
Which is why, when we did everything together, frustrating as this sounds, I wanted to put us at the forefront of the Hell Brigade and everybody else who was with the Skyfire and them to go help deal with the dragons. Hopefully we get one done before the other. That way one side can go help the other. I can get us out of hell now. And I can get us to Seat or wherever we're going relatively quickly. Or faster if I know old Joanna, I can get to her.
It's the Abyss, isn't it? Not hell.
Well, sorry. Yes, technically it is the Abyss.
Plain bullshit.
Or we send the Skyfire through with the Nardathelians and we go up to the Dragon Isle.
The issue still stands that they would have to be given... It's not just being given directions. They would need one of us, somebody who would know the way to get to the keep.
Yeah. Now that being said, we figured it out, and we're dumb. They go with Darius, they go with Zaraj, they go with Zedaar. They're much smarter than all three of us. Especially if we give them instructions.
That's a fair point. The more I think about it, I'm not sure how useful Zedaar is going to be.
Oh, fine. So other people who are not as dumb as we.
Well, I mean, Zedaar draws his might from Bahamut, last I checked, and clerics aren't doing much in the way of getting divine resources at the moment.
Not without getting him the
else
scales.
knows.
We need to give him a scales to be effective. Or the chalice.
I mean, you have the necklace, you have the sword that's helping your magic. Is this chalice that we have, is that going to help me attune with my paladin magic?
It's not attunable.
The platinum chalice, no. Like, remember, this is... it was Ruby's torso and head in size. She had to carry it out in two hands. This is like FA Cup. Like it is. This is not something you wield into battle. This is a ritual device.
Yeah, we need the scales.
Maybe that can be first stop then. Because it would be nice if my lay on hands wasn't cut in half.
We'll have to find a way into the Caliphate. We'll need to figure out who we need to talk to there. It's a region that we've never been to before, and we don't know anybody yet. It's going to be the most...
Do you know anyone in the Caliphate?
I can roll for her. I know of a few people in the Caliphate. Where are you intending to go? It's a very big place.
That's a good question. One moment, and she'll pull out the Constellarium. And
imagine it's going to be in the biggest seat of power would make the most sense.
Probably, but let's make sure. And she'll query it to find all the cosmium.
From what you can tell, from the largest source of cosmium would be in the Caliphate's capital.
Yeah, figured.
City of Glass.
I don't suppose there's a way to, like, zoom in.
Give me an Arcana check.
Fuck it, why not?
First roll of the new year, let's go!
It didn't go? That's good.
Oh, there it is.
Because it was a 1. 26.
26. You reach out with your connection to magic and begin to manipulate the map. And it does. It zooms like an iPhone.
Zoom. Enhance.
And
It's
actually,
just straight up.
as you zoom, the stars begin to like coagulate and form straighter lines. And you actually get a very good map of the capital city. And there's a couple of pinpricks of cosmium, but one really, really heavy one in the what you can see to be as like the main palace.
There it is.
Also,
Perfect.
just a fun aside for those of you using Fantasy Grounds right now, if you go into like the dice settings now, there's a load of like new dice that you can switch to, including elemental ones.
I don't even know how I got my current dice.
So if at the top right where the tool section is, there's now a dice tab.
I
I think you're like the primordial fire dice there, Beth.
Yeah, that seems to fit. Cool.
Oh, they don't stop glowing. That's just like that.
Yeah, they do. All right. I don't suppose you happen to know a circle or a sequenced way to get us to the City of Glass?
I will be able to. I can teleport you there tomorrow. I must see to the continued evacuation first, but I can get you there tomorrow.
She'll shrug and look at Breton. Tomorrow?
I suppose we're not in any greater hurry than that.
Okay. Breton, do you want to make sure your father is in a safer?
My father is in the middle of nowhere. If anything's singling that out, then we can say the same thing about your mother. I mean,
There's nothing going on over there as far as the war is concerned that I'm aware of.
there's demons pouring out of the sky.
She's in a city. I should check on her.
How fast that changed.
I'll be back tonight.
Do you really think it's a good idea to go alone?
If you feel strongly about it, yes. Do you two want to come with me to my mother's to make sure she's okay?
Sure.
We'll be back this evening. Is there wards to prevent teleportation into this place?
You came in via the circle. You should be able to come back in via the circle.
Okay.
Okay.
And she will grab a hold of Breton and grab a hold of Valymr and cast herself a teleport right to her mother's front door.
Okay.
Not the bedroom door, mind you, the actual house door.
The jolt of going from middle of the day to
Evening.
is
No,
it's the other
it'd be
way.
earlier in the morning.
It'd be earlier in the morning because sun's the other way.
Sure.
To like 5 a.m. Is it right? Hang on. You're going.
Yeah,
You're
no,
going-
that'd be right.
You're going.
Because you're ahead of us, and if you flip that, we'd be ahead of you. So, yes,
Yeah,
this
it's,
would be...
it's right later there.
We're going
Not earlier.
We're currently going from east to west, but the sun goes west to east.
You're further ahead than me.
Yes.
Swap it. Now you're farther behind me.
No. It's because the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. The farther east you go, the earlier in the day it would go. So we're going from noon to 6 in the morning.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a weird thing to flip your head on.
And I'm not. UK time is not the one to try and calculate that with because we're
Sure.
0. We're the 0 point of all of it. So it's the same other way for me. Okay.
I do owe you a D100 roll, I guess.
Yeah. No, you're familiar with this place.
Intimately.
Yeah.
Been here
so
several times.
I don't think that requires the D100. I think that.
Okay.
I think that's a straight just. I will actually get you to roll one D1000 though. For reasons.
$808.
Okay.
Why?
How many demons just came out the portal?
You've now been living with the apparent apocalypse for about a week at this point, I believe. Not even that.
A week.
I think it's been about 5 days.
We woke up, so we had the fight. We took 1 day to rest. We teleported, we rested.
Went into the mountain.
We teleported. I think it's been 3 days.
Either way. Yeah, we would be heading into day 4. Yeah. That's a lot to have crammed in this time. Even so, you've become almost accustomed. And it was also probably partially due to your time in the abyss beforehand. But the unwavering, unchanging sky, other than just pigments and shades of red and bright, brilliant yellows, you've begun to recognize not using the light, but using the crispness of the air to tell the time of day. And you can feel it's earlier, it's chillier here. You've also gone from what would normally be like northern Italy temperatures to what should, in theory, be southern Spain. But there's just a chill. Even though it's late spring, there's just a bite to the atmosphere around you. Instantly, you are also met by the obvious senses of the sight around you. Arte is not as picturesque as it once was. It is suffering from a thick ground fog, almost like a pollution, wisping through the streets. The cathedral in the distance, which you know pretty well from fighting there yourselves in the past, is smouldering, like a fire went out a couple of days ago, maybe. The castle has been battered slightly, and the streets are active, but not nearly as it's any other market day. It's more like a battle took place here and has been cleaned up. Your aunt's household, however, seems to be mostly like there isn't visible signs of damage. It looks intact. There's still the gate guard still there, like the household gate guard, still there on duty. Some of the windows seem to be like reinforced, like they've boarded them up slightly. But it doesn't look like this is an active war zone and this is dangerous. This is just like precaution.
Okay. But there has been fighting here at some point or another.
Of some sort, yes.
Okay. Then she'll go right up to her front gate.
Mm-hmm. You're not stopped by the. Are you going to try and talk to the guard, or are you just going to walk past him and go through?
You'll walk right through.
Yeah, he just kind of, he's got like a kettle helm, and he kind of just tips it to you. He knows who you are. He's seen you guys now several. He's like, oh, good morning, ma'am.
Morning. And she will head her way in.
Yep, absolutely, you can do. It doesn't take you long at all to find your mother and baby sister. They are in the parlor downstairs. You see them as soon as you walk in. She's currently, your mother's sat by a fire. She seems to have some breakfast at her side, half finished. She's nursing and has what seems to be like you get the scent as like a cup of cocoa or something as well.
You're okay?
Come in. Yes, of course. She puts the baby down in a crib across Yes, I didn't expect to see you so soon.
Well, believe it or not, we had a little bit of free time in the apocalypse, such as it is.
She smirks.
Came to make sure everything was okay out here. We've been out here this way in a while.
Yes, when the skies changed, there was a bit of an incursion, but was dealt with. Never got this far, but we took precaution as well.
Okay. I want you to do something for me. And she will
Sure.
go to her party inventory and grab her one of the snapstones.
Sure.
If something happens, use this to me, and I will be there. I will be where you are, more or less instantaneously. If you need to run, flee, or something comes for you, do not hesitate, please.
Absolutely. She senses the. You know how sometimes a parent will try to feign off. It's like, oh no, I'll be okay. I'm fine. I don't need. But they're trying to be as in, resistant to the support of a child. There's none of that. She understands the calamity and also the assistance you could give, and she accepts. There's no if it will make you feel better or anything of that sort. She just does. Thank you.
Okay. We don't have a whole lot of time, if anything isn't happening here. But your daughter's trying to save the world. So, not much has changed since day one. We have a plan.
That's good to hear.
Valymr, you want to go see your family? Can't hear you, buddy.
Well, my mother is probably in the Rien with the large war camp. So is my brother. My sister, with any luck, is already in hell. But also probably still in Kensek Keep. Guess we can see them, but, we'd be going to the Rien anyway, so
Okay.
we can see them then.
Have I told her that I'm getting married yet? I don't think so. Oh, she'll slowly slide over to Breton. Stop looking away, honey.
I think he's looking at her like,
We're getting married.
There's a. How best to explain this? There's a.
If she had tea, she'd spit it out.
No, it's Have you seen the Wes Anderson Fantastic Mr. Fox?
Yes.
You know the possum moment with the whirly eyes? That's the initial reaction. She just then kind of shakes her head and she cracks a smile. Well, I can't say that your father would be pleased, but who cares?
I stopped trying to make him happy a very long time ago.
We know.
I actively tried to kill him. To be fair, I had a really good reason to at the time.
All right. Well, Breton, I'd like to get one of these snaptones to your father as well.
I'm sure you don't. We don't just move them into seat.
You said he's fine in the middle of nowhere. I agree to that.
Talking. We're already here, and your mother's here as well.
Oh. I don't know if I would want to displace them. We were talking about moving everybody of our families to seat. I don't know, do we have some offshoot relatives over there you could stay with?
Seats? No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's where the greatest focus of everybody who's trying to survive this ordeal is going to be. Now, there might be some credit towards staying here and just hoping that you go unnoticed. You don't have to worry about these creatures swooping down on your heads, but... if you want to stay here, that's fine.
Do you know, Do you know how things are over on the other continent?
In Solarum? Depends on where, but somewhat.
Atria is currently dealing with an explosion of a volcano, but other than that, we have not heard much word.
A friend of mine who I went to university with lives in the Caliphate. I could go there.
We were actually going to the Caliphate tomorrow. Okay. We can make this all 2 trips then. Easy. Sorry, I'm checking my spell slots real quick. I have 1 more teleport today. I have a scroll or a staff I could attune to temporarily to get us about. I guess this is a question for you, darling. Do you want to give your father a snapstone?
Can't think of... At the end of the day, he's in a place that's more secure than this. I mean, the village that I came from is full of hardy individuals. In the worst case scenario, they can always make their way down into Margarine. Being underground with the dwarf and the arms there would be more secure. I mean, they managed to fend off dragons. I think he's secure enough already. I feel comfortable in saying that by the time this is all said and done, I'd be able to see him again.
Okay. We're staying with some friends in Atria right now, but tomorrow morning we were going to go to the Caliphate. We're trying to collect an item for our quest. We could all go together. I'm certain that... I forget her name, I'm sorry. Procopius's mother,
Holly
would not object too much. If not, I'll meet you all in Atria. Not Atria, I'm sorry, in the Caliphate tomorrow morning.
Give me, if you think I would be safer there than here.
I don't know their safety.
Then you go ahead. Let me know what it's like there.
Cold.
And I can probably find my own way. If needs be.
We'll figure it out. Okay. Now that panic attack is done with, where's next?
Oh man, do we need to go and speak with your family?
I think our family. We're going back to Seat eventually anyway. They're already there.
Yeah, mine will already be in seat.
Most likely, yeah.
The ones I care for.
Then do we head to Seat or do we make our way to the Caliphate?
Get back to Atria first.
Yeah, I go back to Polly's. And then from
Yeah,
there go
because it
to...
was Polly that would get you to.
Yeah.
Your mother mentioned she knows somebody from the Caliphate. Do we... Who is
Could
that
we-
exactly? It might be somebody that's worth knowing when we get there, if we're going to speak with individuals who are working for the government.
She does look to her mom.
Yeah. Her name is Lady Sarah Al Shalim. We studied together at university. She is a fairly prominent individual. It might be worth. She writes down her address on a nearby piece of parchment and hands it to you. She might be a useful contact.
Okay.
We roomed together for a while. She's
Sarah Al Sharim.
Yes. She is a minor noble lady. She studied architectural history. I don't know if that directly will help, but maybe her social connections.
Okay.
It's a lead that we didn't have before.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go back to Atria.
Okay. It's, you know, the teleportation circle. You've been there now. You return to the estate. The same. Sorry, I just got a update message. The same dragonboard. This time, also, when you land on the, I'm going to call it the pad, the landing pad of the teleportation circle. There's more boxes and crates of things. Actually, you look to your left and you see like a massive wagon full of books has been like shifted aside. That it's quite clearly, it says on the side, property of the Great Library of Atria, on lines of things, and it's like some of the cleared shelves are starting to make their way through.
How much more can we get around today? There's 2 teleports already.
Wasn't it 2 more? 1 from spells and 1 from staff?
Yeah, I've got one more teleport available if I tune to the staff.
There's one more, because now you've gone here.
Right.
If you didn't go back to Atria, you'd have to. So it's depending on what you want to do.
I think probably we stay here for the day then.
Yeah, I think it's here.
Polly can get us to the Caliphate, and from the Caliphate we can get out on our own terms.
She's teleporting us in.
Yeah. If you take a rest here, she'll teleport you in. You'll have all of your resources to do whatever then again.
Fingers crossed we don't have a need to have all of our resources going to a place that we presume is going to be friendly, but it certainly doesn't hurt to be prepared.
It never does it?
Do we want to take a trial and actually test out this Platinum Chalice? Use one of its lesser boons, not one of the major boon, just to familiarize ourselves with using it.
As a reminder, you actually don't know what the final boon is yet with the chalice.
We know there's a major boon, and there's the boons you can use on your average weekday.
That's what I was thinking of before. That final one breaks it, right?
Yes, the final one will remove all of its power, and only lasts a set amount of time. So
there's a lot of useful one in there, but the one that I think might be the most useful for us just getting around is the attunement one. Giving everybody an extra attunement slot means we could safely attune to the staff with one of our spare slots, so we can get around more efficiently.
Yeah. That's available. The Ritual of Attune. Which, reading it in front of me, I will post all of these again in a moment. I'm writing them up so they're clear.
Like, honestly, we'll see that. I hate to put more on your plate. Do we also have a list of the items that we actually got from Polly's Horde? Because I know we have the Lance Dragon Slayer, but I don't know if we actually got a list of anything else.
Unless you guys wrote it down, I don't have it right here. I will have to go back and check the footage. Most likely.
There was a +7 glaive of super dragon slaying, right? Yeah, I think we'll take that one.
I think the Dragon Slayer's Lance was the only thing that you were really interested in.
It's probably the only reason it's the only one we remembered.
No, there was also a necklace of fireballs.
True.
Do you remember the full necklace of fireballs?
Yep.
Because we just gave that to Ruby and said, here you go, a bunch of spare fireballs for when you don't want to use spell slots.
I promise you, one of my last maneuvers in this campaign before I die is I'm gonna be shoving that whole thing into somebody's mouth. I'm gonna cast Time Stop. I'm gonna go eat this. Boom! I'm gonna bamf out and go.
Is it delayed fireball on those?
I could lay a delayed blast fireball on top of one of them. Yeah. So it's Time Stop. Get inside the mouth. Delayed blast fireball. Leave it. Get out, and then
you'd need what, 4 actions for that?
Time Stop gives that to me.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't it D4
it can.
plus something?
It can do.
It's nothing like 4 plus 1.
Nothing like casting Time Stop. Like, all right, let's rolling a 1, 2 turns. What can I do in 2 turns?
A lot. I could do a lot in 2 turns.
Yeah.
Fireball and delayed class fireball.
So, to read the wording of the Platinum Chalice. The Platinum Chalice can embolden heroes with godly boons for 24 hours. The Chalice rituals take a minimum of an hour of downtime to cast, unless stated otherwise. It can affect up to 10 creatures. The ritual restores at the dawn following the boon's completion. So, casting this at certain times of the day has a better benefit than others. So, for example, you know, if you get up before dawn, cast it, and then it'll be ready right away afterwards. So planning is also part of this. The Ritual of Attune is once per day. For this ritual, you can either pick one of 2 rewards. You can either refresh all of your existing attunements and attune up to 3 new magic items in your possession. This only takes 10 minutes rather than the full hour. Or you can gain an additional attunement slot for 24 hours. The 24 hours always starts at the end of the ritual's completion as well. So that 1 hour isn't included in your boon benefit.
Interesting. Hilariously enough, I actually realized I don't have any items in my inventory that I would need to attune to if I wanted to take a 4th attunement. So theoretically,
you can take the sippy cup of attunement and rejigger yours if you need to.
Well, I was, because I gave my shield to Valymr. Valymr is being allowed to use the animated shield because it would help his armor class, but it would mean that we have a chance to actually look at the items in the party sheet that we are not currently using.
Correct, it does.
A couple of items in there that still require attunement that we're not using.
I can attune to the wet nurse and birthing informational guide.
That was a gift. That was Zedaar's last gift to Ruby. I want everybody to remember. No, well, there's a wand of fireball in there.
Yeah, it's mine. That's the one Zet made for me, actually.
That arcane refocus might work.
I don't know if it's in my inventory, but Ruby's still got the legally not Iron Man gauntlet that Zep created.
The Periapt of True Life is in there. That could be useful at some point. The Gloves of Spell Storing are still in there, as well as Boots of Evasion.
I also have a Bracer of Honing Smite, which lets you hold on to a smite, the bonus action thing, concentration. Allows you to hold on to that without breaking concentration on something else.
I've got the Band of Soul Splitting, which I don't know I'll get any value out of that anymore.
Are you still attuned to that? I don't think you need.
I am not. No, I'm not. I've been attuned to that for a while. I have a Vicious Short Sword. I have Altith's Gambit. I have the Wand of Magic Missiles.
I like the first magic item we bought all the way back in Redbury. I remember giving you money for that.
I have a Gem of Seeing. These are these things I'm not attuned to. A Ring of Protection. I have the Spelllock's Gauntlet and a Wand of Fireballs +1.
Looking at all the shit you guys have, I'm looking at my inventory like I've got a Longsword of Warning, I've got the Blade, and I've got a Ring of Protection. That's quite literally all the magic items I have in my inventory.
I don't know how to export.
Or attunement items, anyway.
Do I just click and drag this stuff to inventory?
You grab it by the little dragon icon.
The info button.
The info button.
All right.
Sorry.
And
we
there's
changed graphic, didn't we?
And that goes into party sheet.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if we decide that we're going to do this, that gives us one extra person to admit for the Voyager staff. But those of us who aren't doing it, we've got a couple of bonus things in there that we can use. Ironically, and this is something that is a concept for us, is it doesn't have it actually in the stat block, but we've seen this before. What the Spelllock Gauntlet does. That actually might be something useful for you, Valymr.
Wand of Magic Missiles, I don't know if that requires attunement or not.
What is that?
That's something that, Ruby, you would have to grab that from your personal chat with Midge, because we don't have it. But it dramatically boosts Ray-like evocation spells, and Eldritch Blast, by definition, is a Ray-like evocation spell.
Oh, that's cool.
Wand of Magic Missiles is not attunement. I still have that. Yes. I'm going up to my item stat card that Midge gave me. One moment. I have so much stuff in here. Ignore the smut, Midge.
I don't remember any of that.
Beth has bought a lot of art of Ruby. Not all of them have clothes on.
I don't see it in here. In our chat, Midge.
I think it's in the main chat, honestly.
Might be in the might have been up in the main chat. Yeah.
What'd you say it was called?
Spelllock Gauntlet.
Spelllock.
It's not in that one.
Spell dash.
It would help if I was looking the right chat. I shouldn't be searching my chat with just to find Spelllock Gauntlet.
No, I don't have it.
Gauntlet glove, brace down the sides, attached to dinner plate size lens in front of the fist. Yeah, I found it. Hang on.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a name.
It's the Spelllock Gauntlet.
Yeah. Let me add the name to the top.
Hmm.
I can't find it.
It would be good for me, but I only have some of it's useful, some of it is irrelevant. Like I crit on a 19 to 20, but my ray spells are Disintegrate and Scorching Ray.
+1 damage die on beam spells.
Mm-hmm.
Which means Disintegrate hits even harder.
Eldritch Blast a 2d10 per beam? Is that how that works?
I would need to go back and look at the wording.
Eldritch Blast Evocation.
I put it in the Elendor live.
Yeah,
general.
I'm writing up stuff right now. I can't look.
Ah, fair.
Eldritch Blast
deal
is
with one
evocation.
giant magic item at a time. Thank you.
By my interpretation of it, because I'll read this off. The Spelllock Gauntlet says, when firing a beamed evocation spell, the spell's range is doubled and the power heightened. You gain +1 damage die on beam spells cast with this item attuned. Eldritch Blast is an evocation spell, which is a beam of crackling energy.
Yep.
By those definitions, that would mean that your Eldritch Blast would become 2d10 per ray.
Yes.
Effectively giving you 60-10 on a cantrip.
Yes.
I mean, if you're willing to give that up, I'll blast.
I get no value out of it.
Yep. The main thing is when you're using it, you're not gonna be able to use a two-handed other weapon because the gauntlet takes up.
It does take up your entire hand.
Because it's got a dinner plate on the front of it.
Yeah, you basically have an Iron Man cannon on the end of your fist at that point.
Yes, that's the idea of it, essentially.
How difficult is it to take it off? Because if I wanted to switch to the
it would
glaive,
take
it would take an action
because you'd
to
need to like take off the straps and that kind of thing. I think a glaive can be used one-handed.
Mm-mm.
Can it
It's
not?
two-handed only.
Two-handed only.
Spears can be.
It's spears, yeah. I knew one of them could be one or two.
But with my glaive, I can bamf it out easily and put it away into pocket dimension.
It would certainly help, like if you're fighting the dragons, like you'd be able to spike them out of the sky from a decent range, just doubling your range as well. Like 300 feet away, just massive artillery fire at that point.
Yeah. It gives you a pocket spell cannon. It'd be great for on board a ship as well.
I want to use that spell cannon on the ship just to magnify disintegrate on somebody.
Yeah.
Give me the red one. What?
Technically, disintegrate's not actually an evocation spell.
That's true. It's fucking transmutation.
Transmutation.
Bullshit.
Because you're not destroying them. You're literally just turning them into their bait to dust.
We reworked disintegrate for you, so it might.
Hers as a fire spell would make more sense as an evocation
Mine
spell.
is
Yes.
incinerate.
Yeah,
the
yours
evocation.
is incinerate, which would be evocation, but disintegrate itself, no.
Yeah, I mean, if you're okay with me having it,
I'm not attuned to it. I get no value out of it except for disintegrate.
So yeah, right now it's like one of those things of I think it might be a good idea for you guys to just pool all of your magic items so that when you're doing these chalice rituals, because I've got a feeling the ritual of attunement might be the one that gets picked the most.
Only for just getting us around up until the final fight.
I assume the answer is yes on this. My blindfold, is that attunement?
Absolutely.
Yes. Absolutely, yes.
Okay, yeah, because it's... Oh, you did write that, yeah. Okay.
Yep. And also, if it requires attunement item, you can actually see it in your inventory. It should have a click to it.
They'll circle, so you can see what
if I've programmed them correctly, or if they're implemented.
I don't think you ever gave me an item for it. Yeah, I don't have this in my inventory. I've just... Unless it's been named something different. I don't think you ever gave me an item for it.
Then you currently have too many
Yes, I do.
items. Because you've got the animated shield on.
Yeah.
You should have been given an item for it.
Welcome back to the new year, everyone, where we're taking a long look at the campaign before we get into the final steps. We realize, ooh, we got some cleanup to do.
My inventory is not organized at all.
Mine is actually. I'm very proud of my inventory and how well kept it's been.
Yeah, it's right at the bottom. Blindfolded Cathria.
I've just created it.
Oh,
is
you
why.
just made that. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't. How do I turn it into a needs achievement?
So
it has to be set as a magic item for you to be able to do that.
Yeah. So the way that you write it as requires attunement. You in the rarity you put whatever the thing is, comma, requires attunement, and it will create the attunement slot.
The Voyager staff is on my inventory. I've been carrying that, but that is also a thing that is.
Well,
yes.
For now, I'll disable the Ring of Protection, and I guess when we use this chalice of let's have another attunement slot, I have to make choices. But this won't be one of them. So, Bracer of Honing Smite. Do you have any smite spells, Brett?
I don't use my concentration for smites. I save my concentration for more important spells.
That'll help you then. That'll help you because that means you don't need you basically get a free concentration for a turn. Like you can have concentration on something, and then still cast those concentration smites.
Don't think there are any smites that I would need going into this. Is more the other issue. Defining point of the Paladin. All their interesting spites, which none of them are just worth using because you're better off just doing a normal smite. No, I'll tell you now, the strategy that I'm going into, because this is something a player reminded me of, is that whenever I cast a spell that only targets Breton, I can copy that spell onto my steed. Because that's how Find Greater Steed and Find Steed work. So if I cast Aura of Vitality on myself, because it's a self spell, that means it also gets copied onto Solvaril, which we get 2 bonus actions a turn at that point.
That's cool.
I didn't realize that worked that way, and now that I've realized that, I'm like, wait a second, that's a lot of bonus healing. But yes, that is that. No, I think if I were to take anything, getting the animated shield back would be okay, but I know your armor class needs that, so that's fine. I might take the Boots of Evasion, just because being able to automatically seed a deck save could be really useful when we're dealing with, dragons that breathe fire, and acid, and lightning, and everything in between. And I'm not incredible at deck saves. Dex, not Breton's strong suit. That would also depend on whether or not we're fighting dragons or not. Also, a lot of these items don't have descriptions, so we don't know. I don't know what the hell Alice Gambit is.
I've got that one. Hold on.
Oh, actually, with the Ritual of Attune, as an extra note, you do have advantage on intelligence saving throws.
It's gonna come
the official item is Duelist's Grace, but Midge renamed it to Alice Gambit. Here is the stat card for it. I guess I should put it in our...
A weapon, okay.
But I couldn't use it because of the attunement requirements. So I just kind of had it. Much as I have a vicious short sword. Which is what Ruby uses as her primary weapon.
What do you use as your arcane focus?
Her Blood Bowl Vial?
Yeah, it's your Blood Bowl Vial, isn't it?
Yep. Yep, all spells start from her vial and then flow out to her hands. Along the tattoos that she's got.
So,
that Grace thing is kind of fun.
Hmm?
Duelist Grace thing is kind of fun.
It's alright.
It's a very good item, as a matter of fact.
The problem is I didn't have the attunement slot for it.
We are a little... When it comes to replacing weapons, we're a little clean cut, because obviously Valymr is spoken for with a halberd, unless he finds a halberd he likes more than the Shadow Prince's Revenge, and I'm quite literally wielding the
weapon
of a
Blade
god.
of Equilibrium, so...
Ruby goes, magic!
You've got the greatest weapon of all, possibility.
My imagination.
Yeah, my blindfold gives me +2 to weapon attacks with glaives.
You're already doing 60-10 plus 15 as a standard action.
That's assuming he doesn't activate Kafriel's Judgment.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking like his Eldritch Blasts are 2d10, 2, 4, 6, 15. I'm assuming 5 from your Agonizing Blast. I think you've got another 2 in there from something else. Plus Hexblade's Curse.
I don't have Hex. I think. Pretty sure I dropped that.
Hex, it's a basic spell.
Not every warlock keeps hex.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, I don't have
Yeah,
that anymore.
if I could do 2d10 as a cantrip.
I have a question as well, Midge. The blindfold of judgment. To use the past judgment bonus action, all melee weapon damage I make is doubled. Not cantrips won't count. My Eldritch Blast won't count.
No bombarding, no judging something and then bombarding it from orbit.
Yeah,
You can't exterminatus a boss.
No, you can't.
Ultra.
it's past judgment, not final judgment.
It's not the pillar of judgment. This UNSC slip.
Yeah.
No.
Actual video of Eldritch Blast.
Orbital Mac
Or-
cannon rounds.
The judgment of democracy. My Helldiver ship.
Mine's Judge of Judgment.
There you go.
So-
There you go.
The Superintendent of Family Values.
Oh yes, love that.
My ship. I actually started playing that a couple days ago again. Thought it'd be Luminance
Same.
fun.
So yeah, I'm going to take the Boots of Evasion because I think those are just super useful, and Breton is about as good at deck saves as well.
I'm still using Godmother's Gift, the Sapphire Buckler, and my Bloodwell Vial.
Yeah. Animated Shield, Blindfold, Cafriel, Shadow Prince's Revenge. Look, if I can find just a non-attunable +1 or +2 glaive, might even be worth taking, because I don't think I've still used the special stuff for the glaive.
Actually, where's the stat card for the Sapphire Buckler?
That will be in game, I believe.
I will ask the game then.
If you hit the info button on it. So I believe that was one that was dragged in directly from.
That's from Fizbins. That's official material. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
That's an official item. It's decent. It's a very decent item.
I could just reaction 2d6 Thunder. Okay.
Yep.
I've got resistance to psychic and thunder damage. Alright, cool.
And considering
I mean,
the damage,
imagine our... yeah.
Considering the damage types that you've come up against with the gem dragons.
I imagine that our big boss is psychic damage all the way.
Well, you know he's psychic damage. Zedaar took
so
80 points of psychic damage on the deck from looking at him.
true.
Which might be something to research. Perhaps some defenses for that.
Yeah, we're gonna need to
How
find some way
quickly
of
can
getting-
Ruby get access to Mind Blank?
The answer is she can't.
Curses. Foiled again.
By that ridiculous thing called a Sorcerer's Spell List. You fuck me over again. Is it on the Cleric Spell List?
What we need to find
I don't think
is
so.
a couple of buff wizards. Just
Pardon Wizard only.
Yeah, can we go to the
Staying
local
down.
mage college and be like, alright guys, we need somebody who's a greater thesis is resistance to psychic damage, and whoever has come up with theories about how to prevent this.
Also, you need to be able to cast at least 8th level spells. Anybody?
times a day.
Well, even Mind Blank is just like a person.
Yeah.
And also, I will point out, while it is a 24-hour duration, 8th level spell, that's one person. One cast from one person, even if they're a 20th level. Yeah,
But
no.
becoming immune to the main damage type of the big fucking bad.
That's where I think the scales might help us, but we'll see.
We'll go and see what they do. We'll figure that out.
We need to balance the scales back in our favor. Ding.
I think we can go ahead and say that we're going to, let's just confirm, we're going to perform the ritual of attunement.
Okay.
Let's do that now.
Okay.
Where is that written? I'm sorry.
That's the chalice.
It was written out in Midge's head.
It was written out on a notepad from the 1990s. So I'm
Hell yeah.
currently retyping them up, and I've been looking at it and going, I need to rebalance this, so it's currently being retyped as we speak. But the ritual attunement once per day. With this ritual, you can either pick one of two rewards. You can either refresh all of your existing attunements and attune up to 3 new items. This only takes 10 minutes, so you only have to take part as one part of the ritual. Or you can give yourself an extra attunement slot for 24 hours.
Refresh means I can attune to...
You're unattuned to everything, reattune to 3 new things.
It also
we
says
have
it
enough
refreshes,
items for that to be.
which I take refreshes items means that if you've used up all its charges, all the charges just reset. Just by the like
Yes.
as you said, it refreshes all the items. I would assume if it's got 20 charges and you used up 18 of them, just it goes back up to 20 charges after performing the ritual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that-
with
that,
either you get that as
teleport,
well with the standard one anyway. So even if you're only giving yourself a 4th slot, everything resets. It's an attunement refresh. You also gain advantage on intelligence saving throws for the duration of this boon. Yes. So you've returned to Atria, and I take it you didn't carry the Platinum Chalice with you to
No.
Arte and then back. So I'm gonna say it's still
If
down.
you guys wanted to, Brett would carry this fucker around like the Stanley Cup, like just gonna tucked under one arm.
No.
And her mum's like, "Does your fiance have a drinking problem?"
I don't know, Mom. You would know.
You co-opt one of the House Nectarada dining rooms, and you put out the Platinum Chalice at the center of a large onyx stone cut table. And the 3 of you sit round for this ritual. You feel, as you sit together, a sense of refreshing feelings, like overcoming you, like that feeling once you've brushed your teeth, or like you're breathing saltwater air for the first time on holiday, or just fresh cut grass, kind of that smell of renewal and new just overwhelms your senses as the chalice itself begins to create a bluish pinkish light across the table, and meals get presented to you, drinks get presented to you. The chalice itself begins to flow like a fountain into cups of like crystalline glasses. All of it is palettes and flavors that you yourself would feel revitalized consuming. If you want to exist only drinking refreshing coffee from this, you absolutely can. You can spend the hour just downing cup after cup. If the refreshing ritual for you is a ham sandwich and a nice look at the morning newspaper, that's what is shown to you. The chalice gives you that feeling of renewal, and in that you feel again the emboldening connections that you have with magic items in your possession, in the same way that when you meditate to attune, that psychic elemental hum also just take place and take hold, and you may now reset your attunements. If you're going for the shorter attunement and only just full refreshing, you can dip in with a nice glass of water and leave, or if you just take part for the full ritual, you can add that 4th attunement slot. Just let me know which one you're going for.
She is going to add a 4th attunement slot.
Yep.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
I think it's very rare in cases that you wouldn't take the 4th.
I think essentially we don't have enough attunement magic items to require the full turn up and down.
However, with everyone in the party, when these were initially designed, when this was a party of 7 people, there was a lot of interchangeability with various items who would be having what. So this is useful. Plus, again, this can apply.
Wait, we have 2 mithril breastplates? +1?
Seems like it.
Yes. 2
I've been using this thing from that Zep made me for the infusion forever ago. Why?
Because I think the infused version was a +2. No.
Mine says +1.
Do you have 2
I-
mithril breastplates?
There's
one
2
was-
of them in the inventory.
One was James's, I think.
Hey.
I think one was James's.
For some reason,
He's
I can't
dead.
grab out of. Never mind, I did it.
Luxon Beacon is not attunement.
Nope. That's something that also you can.
That's
spend on.
Valymr's shard.
Yeah, and we basically on that lasts for 24 hours. The thing does it, or how long? Actually, how long does that last for?
Well, if we click
have
on
it in
the
my
item, I'm sure it'll
inventory.
happily tell us.
Um,
You concentrate on for a minute. It lasts for 8 hours or until used.
I'll take the
Okay.
Voyager staff.
Okay.
basically, every time we wake up in the morning, we all just take a minute each to get ourselves a point of luck, and then before we go into a fight,
I don't
Everyone
know
gets a
how
point
to
of
drag it
luck.
into my sheet, though.
Well, the Voyager staff is not set up, so you'll have to remember the attunement on it.
That's okay, it vanished anyway.
Go into your inventory.
Yeah, it's... okay, there it is, yeah. Oh, where is the Voyager staff, anyway?
And now that you've actually completed the ritual, you also learn of another boon of it. You can, with this ritual, once you have this boon on you, you can use up the boon to have attune herself provide you the answer to an Arcana check, or
is that
history check involving a magical item in your possession.
and we can do that once a day, or is that a once and then this item is gone?
No, that's once and it consumes your active boon.
Okay. That could come in very handy. Just an automatic roll of a 30.
Midge, where's the Voyager staff stuff?
Voyager staff it's currently in Breton's party sheet, character sheet, right?
Oh, I've got it.
no,
It's just blank.
Here, I can just send it to you.
Okay. Shorts. There's no way to edit it, is there?
Yeah, you should be able to edit.
Oh, there we
anyway.
go. There we go. Yeah.
We settled the ritual. We settled items that we're going to be using. We know we're going to be making our way to the Caliphate, and we know that we have an inn because your mother has so graciously provided us a contact that we can use when we get there with some, albeit minor, noble connections, but they are connections nonetheless. Fingers crossed the situation there is holding up well, and that the city isn't currently falling to whatever hellspawn are falling out of the... Sorry, I shouldn't say hellspawn. Abyss spawn that are falling out of the sky. As far as we can tell, it doesn't seem like that hole is getting any larger yet, does it?
The one in the sky?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the things that are coming out of it are getting increasingly more dangerous.
No, it's more of the rupture happened once, and then it's every now and then you just see. It just depends on what comes through, and the thing is, they're not all going to like the Naruto. This is a global event. This is just causing things everywhere at this point. Like, you know that the elemental fires around Banamdam have also increased. Like, that's something you it's like
Everything
it's a collapse. It's a collapse of the glass in the mirror has cracked more so. Okay. So, you spend the rest of your... Did you want to do this... Sorry, did you want to do this ritual the next day, once you've rested? And Polly's ready to take you to...
Yeah, before we go.
Yeah, I thought that would be the case.
It lasts for 24 hours regardless, so if we use it now, when we wake up in the morning, we can do it again, right?
The 24 hours needs to complete before you can
cast,
and a dawn needs to cover before you can do another thing. So time-wise, not quite. So I would say wait the 8 hours for Polly to be ready. Like, rest up. Plus, you guys have been non-stop for the last 3 days. Get some rest. Don't know if you guys have properly slept. You've taken rests, but not heavy ones. No, you took one in Vagrant's Land, didn't you?
Yeah, because we definitely rested before I went through the lava worm cave.
Yes.
Just a question, just to remind me. I was keeping track of all of the snapstones. Like, we had 17 total, right?
Yes.
We didn't split them up. Okay, so I'll put that down to 16 because of your mum.
Yes.
Maybe one of my mom.
Yeah. All right. I'll pretend that they're split up between us, but I'll keep track of them.
Awesome. Okay. And with a crackle of energy from Polythena herself, you are suddenly transported to frigid cold temperatures outside of a great gatehouse. The location around this city is bleak. It's ice sheet, essentially, all of the way. You are plunged into probably negative 25, almost negative 30 degree Celsius. There is no snow active, but it is cold. But in front of you see a great steel wall and thick door, as well as a few what seem to be like caravans making their way through it. And it's one of those things of what you keep seeing is a gate. People move into the yard of the gatehouse, the front gate close, then you hear more like mechanics. After about a minute and a half, the main gate opens again, and you are allowed to progress in. Polythena says, good luck. I hope you find what you're looking for here. Please, if my family can do anything else before the time comes, let us know.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
And with that, she teleports away.
All right. First order of business, I think, is to go to find this Sarah Al-Jabim. Jabim.
Yeah. Do we want to use a snapstone to find them? Talk to them?
You have to know them, don't you? I don't want to send a snapstone to, Sarah Al-Jabim of Nardathel and get, Sarah Al-Jabim of the 16 other continents that are out there in this massive-ass world, and I just happen to get them.
That every person on this planet has a unique name?
I can guarantee you that is not true.
Yeah, there's only so many V names that my family can go through.
But if you want to try...
But Valymr Kensek. No, this is Valymr Kensek. Sorry, yeah.
Why don't you let me do it? That way she'll respond better to...
of course, somebody. I'm not.
Yeah.
Your mom's
then
friend.
She'll take a snapstone and...
I would advise you continue to move forward first. You are currently in the freezing cold of negative 25 to 30 degrees C. You will be rolling constitution checks very soon. Well, maybe not Breton.
I love the cold. I was born in the cold.
But
we're both fire attuned. This ain't good. Yeah. Let's move.
Oh, I put cold weather clothes. Put cold weather clothes on before you're coming here.
It's cold enough that cold weather clothes would only lengthen the time before you have to roll.
There's no such thing as cold weather, just bad clothing.
Yeah, what I will say is it is extreme weather right now. Almost like it might have even been heightened by current events slightly, perhaps.
It's actually minus 25 outside right now, so I know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
It's cold enough outside that if you spit, it's ice before it hits the ground.
But imagine negative 25 with no trees, no nothing, just ice sheet.
Okay, it hurts to breathe.
Yeah.
So let's run inside.
Yeah.
Your eyes are watering and instantly it hurts because the water isn't staying water. We're moving swiftly.
You move through the first arch of this large gatehouse, and like I said, all of the walls are like riveted iron, like riveted steel, metal. Like it is a castle made of metal, or a city wall made of metal, and the large doors shut behind you, and you see it's almost instantaneously that cold bite ceases. It is a temperature tight seal, and then you slowly feel the air around you get warmer, very, very slowly, as to almost temperature gauge you, and you see there's another party that came in the gate at the same time as you, probably 10 foot in front of you. There's not a caravan this time, it's just someone on the way, and it's one of those things of they're in all these thick winter furs, and they start taking them off and putting them in their bags and stuff, and moving toward more tropical attire. And if you were to look up right now, you actually see ductwork, pipe working. There's the hiss of steam, and suddenly, as the temperature gets up to more 25, 26 degrees C, as this has been going over minutes of time, the internal doors begin to open. And what you see in front of you is you've arrived at the southern gate of the capital of the Aztecian Caliphate, Abawar, also known as the Great Glass City, or the City of Steam. As in front of you, you are met with an entirely enclosed cityscape with a giant glass roof across it. There's pipework and steam steam running throughout. You see as well in the distance a small steam train that's going round the length of the wall. The city also has like fragments of light like bursting through the glass, and every roof of every building, even the sides of walls, even the internal walls, you see hanging farms, plant life, growth, and it is desert oasis tropical. And you see that rich Southern Caliphate culture just pouring out. You see a lot of almost sandstone color walls and rich smell of spices. And in fact, right near the gate, there is you hear the of a fresh coffee house. Which scents just capture the nostrils as you enter in.
Whiny Ruby noises.
But yeah, welcome to the great city of Steam.
So this place now it's the city of glass. It's also the city of steam. It's also the city of steel. I'm starting to think that the tourism bureau just couldn't quite settle on whatever name it wanted officially.
The city of ADHD.
Okay, yes, sure. Anyway, Ruby's gonna grab Breton's hand and walk into the coffee house.
It's one of those where it's like literally as soon as you sit down, there is like cups are placed in front of you. Coffee is poured, like coffee or fresh tea is poured. You actually look over onto one of the far walls, and it's all. They have like half the wall is like different blends of coffees, and the other is like different mixes of loose leaf teas. And there's like
I want mine iced.
The waitress goes.
It's cold as shit.
The waitress. Well, you're now warm. The waitress looks at you and goes. Warm is better for the no, okay.
Take it outside for 5 seconds.
No,
you just hear as she walks away, just tourists.
Listen.
Take a cup of tea because he's not a heathen and doesn't drink coffee.
No, it's fine.
Listen.
All
I'm saying is
you in the center of the table. You are given a complimentary one as you sat down of either like you think it's like the house coffee roast or the house tea blend, but then there's also like a menu of like different tea and coffee like roasts and blends, like just full on menu. This like this main like this seems pretty cool. Yeah. So
I'm going to show my worldliness here. Breton's going to order a cortado.
Oh, okay. Nice. Very nice.
Ruby is not getting
We're
a
from
coffee.
the Nardathel. It's thematic.
Yeah.
Ruby is not getting a coffee. She's getting coffee-flavored sugar water. Basically, it's a coffee with all the cream and all the sugar.
Oh, I was going to say, you're going to get a Lipton iced tea.
No, it's coffee, but it's got like 5 things of creamer in it, 5 things of sugar in it. It's
It's like those flat monsters they've started selling. That's basically they pretend that it's like iced tea. They're not good.
No,
They're not good.
like energy drinks to begin with.
Yeah, me neither. They're horrible.
I'm drinking coffee. You're drinking an energy drink. We are not the
that's
same.
a white monster. I'm drinking water. This is a hydration check for everybody.
So am I.
Posture check.
For those who are a bit more like worldly and want to get a more of a vibe of what the construction of the cityscape is like, think of very southern Spain, Moorish, like where it's got that Islamic influence mixed with medieval. That's kind of what you're getting with a lot of the buildings. Also, like a bit more of a Moroccan, North African vibe, with a lot of the
Every building is the Alhambra.
In fact, there is a very Alhambra-looking building off in the distance. It's in fact one of the waiters, baristas. We'll call barista for now. Coffee house staff members comes up to you. It's a young man who is Azdakian, and he just goes, hello, welcome to the South House Southgate Roast House. Can I get you guys anything? He gives you all a look of. Are you new here?
Yes.
First time.
Ah, well, welcome to the Great Glass City. Is there anything I can do to help? Any recommendations you would like? Are you here to see the sights? Would you like directions somewhere?
Coffee? And I don't suppose you know somebody named Sarah Al-Jabem, do you?
That sounds like a noble name, yes?
It would be.
They said they were rose to prominence, so yeah.
You'll find a lot of noble households. Wait one.
Okay.
My map of the city is not loading. You will find a lot of the great houses in this particular part of the city, which I will tell you during the break in a moment. But is there anything else I can get you?
Coffee, 5 cream, 5 sugar.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Tea,
Alright.
milk.
I will have a cortado. Do you have any breakfast pastries?
Yes.
Preferably savory ones. I prefer savory to sweet.
Absolutely, we have a lot. We have a wide selection of. Sorry. Oh, there wasn't any. He puts like another like. Well, here's a menu of a set ones. Also, we have some specials over on the over the counter. Let me just go check what we've got. And he comes back. It's just.
I imagine Breton's just gonna get like. This would be like he's gonna get some extras in case somebody else gets hungry later, but he's gonna get like 5. What is this? Looks like croissants with like sausage inside of them.
Yeah, they've got. Wouldn't be sausage here. It would be.
Wouldn't be sausage.
It wouldn't be sausage here. But
Would be if we're assuming that if it's both Middle Eastern and Italian, would it be like lamb or goat?
Yeah, there's like a option of like you can get like a lamb
With a meat.
or it would be.
I'm game for that.
They have like a form of yak here that is quite hardy for out in the cold. That is quite commonly eaten.
Breton would get a smorgasbord, knowing that Ruby is also a snacker and would try multiple local customs.
Yep, they bring you.
If this is like Arabian Middle Eastern themed, is the chocolate here like very different? Because they have some like Moroccan chocolates apparently really good.
I would say.
You should have got a hot chocolate instead of a tea.
I would say so. I would also say that a lot of the flavor profiles are different. Like a lot of even the breads, like
cinnamon hot chocolate there. I'll have something like that.
They have something along those lines for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, we're loading up on breakfast and warm drinks to get us through the day. But we've waited the requisite 45 minutes after waking up because we did the ritual, so we're going on our own body energy, not just the coffee.
Absolutely. With that, we're actually going to take our midpoint break here. It's 2 minutes early, but we're going to go ahead, take the break. It's going to help me find these notes because I had them open, but now they don't seem to be loading properly. So I'm going to quickly go do that. You guys grab yourself your own beverages, and we'll see you in just a moment's time.
Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post? Don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex, I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere, and if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch, and just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighbouring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's rattled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
We return. So the attendant now turns to you and goes, yes, they'll be in the Palace Plaza district. Most of the noble families have houses or apartments there. If I believe there are active tour guides for the city. If you are interested on finding out more, I can tell you what local knowledge I know.
Now, thank you though.
No problem. I'll get you your orders. He brings over your steeping pots of tea and coffee, your cortado, your mix of meats and pastries.
Breakfast pastries, yes.
Breakfast pastries. Yeah.
Ruby will poison check every single one of them.
Look how you can actually see the steam from my cup.
The steam, yes.
It's a good cup.
That's how cool it is, but that's how nice and warm the tea is.
This has, for those at home who are wondering what I'm drinking, this is a salted caramel biscuit tea. It smells.
Is that like
so
tea
good.
that you've accidentally dropped caramel biscuit in?
Imagine a Lotus Biscoff biscuit as a tea.
So for those of us stateside have no frame of reference for this whatsoever.
I wonder if
Fine. But yes, Breton's just gonna say, does anyone else? Does it seem like these individuals are fairly nonplussed by the fact that the sky is just opened up and all hell forth, abyss fire is pouring through?
Alternatively, if you live in a place that's always like this, then an apocalypse coming is Tuesday.
I get that they have the steel walls around them, but I wouldn't feel so comfortable in this situation if I were to live in a place called the City of Glass. All it takes is one person throwing the right stone.
I guess they're kind of clinging on to the steam and steel monikers for the name as well.
This coffee's quite good.
Brian just kind of looks at it for a second. Well, yeah, it's also only like 1% coffee.
Gotta keep my calories going.
Trenton looks at the collection of breakfast sandwiches that he's gotten. Yes, liquid breakfast.
the attendant also comes over. Would you like me to hail you a cab, or do you know where you're going, or are you happy to? Do you have your plan set?
Why is it the Solarum? Like, Legrand's Land is like the technological advancement center of the Rien and Lion's Reach, I believe is the name of the garden. Long Reach, sorry, not Lion's Reach, Long Reach. That's me mixing continents. But as we go to look at Solarum is just universal technological advancement, like not Hupperduke, that's Critical Role.
Just suddenly you're in Hupperduke. It's also, to be fair, you mean in Benumdum, you're thinking...
Benumdum, yes.
Yeah.
Like, they had their little, not stilt riders, but they had their little, like, walker riders that you could get, like, rickshaws, and now we was like, you want me to hail you a cab? He's like, do we just have cars here? Like, beep, beep.
No, it's not cars. But also...
Do you pay by the mile?
You've only gone to 3 capitals in this place. Like, when you were in Korzak, it wasn't that advanced. It was a lot of log cabins.
Sure, and the theocracy wasn't advanced at all. In fact, some might argue it was the opposite of advanced. It was in ruins.
So yeah, it's unfortunately not
Advanced deconstruction.
There was Michelin starred. It's like a normal city but deconstructed, and you can That's an awful way to look at a city that was tragically destroyed, but we make light of these things in a world full of an apocalypse. No, it would be like a carriage cab, it's actually, in fact, it's more of, it seems to be like a bicycle. You actually see some of them like outside. They're like a bicycle with a carriage.
Sure. Suppose there's no reason to eschew local customs, and it would help us get a guide into the palace plaza. That it might help us find our way around as well. Like they may even know where the specific residence of the. I apologize. Is it Al-Sharbim? Al-Shabam?
Al-Shabim.
Where they live.
Presumably the noble district.
Well, you finish up, and the attendant he goes over to like the line of waiting. They're essentially rickshaw drivers, and one kind of comes forward, and you see them. They're a humanoid, but they're non-human. They're a large individual, very bulbous animal-like face.
So these are rickshaws. So they're like one-seater. Are we gonna need to get two of them just to fit us into a convenient space?
Well, you say that. This one is this one's a larger one. It's not one that you would require two, because it's four-wheeled at the front with it's like a four-wheeled, almost like a quad bike bicycle at the front, being driven by a very large, very animal-like, very. Actually, someone just give me a nature check, because I don't know if you've been to the Caliphate and would know. Well, you might have seen these creatures possibly once. But he's got the two
Unless they're native
nostrils
to
in
the
front.
Underdark, I wouldn't have.
Not unless a circus game, most likely. So, and then it's it's almost like a full, horse and cart carriage behind, with comfy plush seats.
Hi there. That's a good point. We haven't had. There hasn't been a language barrier either. It seems like they speak perfectly normal common.
Everyone speaks common. Yeah, there is a local dialect, Azdakian dialect, which you do hear every now and then. Like a lot of the kitchen staff and stuff in this restaurant are speaking like Azdakian, but most people are talking common. And this large hippopotamus-faced individual.
Loxodon.
Is this a GIF?
Oh, GIF. Loxodon's the elephant.
Mm-hmm. There's a GIF.
It's like a big round face, and I'm like, I'm not quite. You said hippopotamus. It's a GIF. Jesus. Okay, fair enough.
Hello, and welcome to the city. My name is Darius. I will be your driver. Today, where am I taking you, fine folks?
Noble District, the Al-Jabim house.
Al-Jabim. Do you have a road or street number? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the family directly, but I can take you to the Palace Gardens district for sure.
I can find that out if you give me just a moment.
Oh, okay. Yes, no problem.
Go back and go power. Snapstone. Sir Al-Jabim, this is Anrayne Sunderstar, daughter of Carolyn Sunderstar. We are in... I forget the capital of the name, I'm sorry. We are in Apawa, and we're told that if you would be a good person to visit if we were ever in the area. Might we know your location? I think that's 25, yeah.
You get a response. Oh my goodness. Of course. Come to my address, 24 Brightway, Palace Gardens District. It would be so lovely to see. I haven't seen you since you were so young. And that's what you get. And it kind of trails off of message.
She will then give the information to the taxi driver.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, I know where exactly that is. Come on board. And you just he mounts up onto like the stirrups of the driving seat, and you begin to progress through the city streets. One also thing that you notice as well, there is birdsong, like colorful canaries, and other like parakeets, etc. seem to be like in hanging baskets and like in various bushes, like on top of the buildings. There is also every now and then it's like break from houses, like park. There's a lot of like green space within this. There's a lot of. There's also seems to be a river moving through the center of the city, which you notice when you cross a bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And you do get a good lay of the land. And actually, as you're riding around, your your driver starts pointing out. Right there is the Caliph's palace. Where is the central palace of the city? And you see this like luxurious palatial structure. He's like pointing from the bridge. You can see it's like probably a couple of blocks away, but it's big enough that you can see it. Right over there's the Grand Temple. It's like, one thing that if you are new here and you've never seen before, definitely head over to the spice markets. Never such a colorful sight.
Thank you.
That just triggered a baser memory in me. You said spice marks, and I was just spice.
Spice.
Don't make any sudden loud noises.
Spice. Okay.
And then you then enter what you can assume to be the Palace Gardens district. It is a series of interlocking palatial parks and gardens that seem to be an extent of the main palace, where there's like a lot of smaller villas, housing blocks, apartment buildings, that sort of constructs like in between, interlaced with like suddenly there's a hedge maze, or like very palatial, very plaza-like public footpaths as well. There doesn't seem to be like much cart traffic around here. The one or two of the rickshaws and these larger rickshaws seem to go fast, and a lot of like private rickshaws as well, it seems, rather than the more public ones. But it seems to be a lot of people. It's like you've also seen a lot of street vendors as you've been going through the city. That's like essentially all cleared out for here. You also notice a number of like armed guard as well, like a lot of armed citizenry. These guys, they seem to like, you see fully like plate armored, but a mix of plate armor and robed individuals who seem to have like a scimitar on one hip, and then also like what seems to be like a pole and pipe that they're standing with. Seems to be a rudimentary firearm of some sort. Like a cannon on a stick kind of thing. But eventually you pull into this side street. It's the actual trees as well, like along this outside of each of these residents. I don't know if you've seen like London Georgian Edwardian homes where it's like a large building and then there's like a staircase, or it's like in New York they have very similar, where it's like a row of houses, each one is like connected, but there's like a separate staircase up to the front door of each of them. It's like that, and then the road itself is lined with lemon trees.
Bearing in mind that lemons aren't actually naturally occurring.
Or
they are in this world?
Citrine trees, then, shall I say.
Life did not give us lemons. We did!
We created... Well, yeah, that's very true. Life is the lemons you make of it.
Man, all along. Anyway, as I recall, lemon trees require an extraordinarily warm temperature and lots of sunlight.
They do.
Nice.
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Yes, it's been a little bit colder of late. It's normally a lot warmer in the city.
Blink, 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 blink. All right.
Here we are. Is this all the services you require today, or shall I wait?
I think this should be everything. Thank you.
That'll be 2 silver.
Oh, easy.
Thank you. Thank you for your custom.
Thank you for your service.
He tips his small hat and begins to ride off, try and find another fare. The house in front of you is what seems to be like a 3 or 4 story singular house in a row of houses. Private gate.
All right. So, looking at the addresses, make sure this is the right one. Presuming I find it.
Yeah. You have no issue finding the correct address. Staircase up to the front door.
Let's go meet my mom's best friend.
You head up. You knock the door. And the door opens to a Azdakian lady, very sharp features, with a very short haircut. Honestly, kind of hairstyle, kind of not too dissimilar to my own right now, in terms of shorter at the sides, slightly longer at the back, and then a bit more refined towards the top, but definitely not like what you're used to in Longreach, where nobility will often have much longer hair.
Yeah.
Often plait or braid. No, this is cut short. She's also in like a deep or like orange or almost terracotta set of like robes. And then you open the door and she looks at you and says, "Oh, you have grown to look so much like your mother. Welcome on in. Please, my name is Sarah. Please bring your friends. It's so lovely to see you. It has been a while since I've seen your mother, but we write all the time. You were but on the size of my shin the last time I saw you. Would you like some tea or coffee?"
Yes, please. Thank you. No, it's very nice of you to do this.
No, please. If you're visiting from such a long way, of course, it'd be wrong to not have you here.
We appreciate it immensely. I am afraid that business will compel us to not remain long.
Okay. Well, if you're, how can I help you?
So, this is going to sound a little crazy to come off the bat, and it's going to sound crazier and crazier the further along I go. You don't know me especially well, but on my mother's soul, everything I'm about to tell you is absolutely true.
Very well.
You might want to be sitting and have tea before I spill this story.
I will quickly pour myself some. Do go on.
So, to make an incredibly long story short, the biblical end of times is coming.
The what biblical?
The end of times. The apocalypse, as is written in the Book of Annihilation.
That's a
It's Rhiannian. Yeah.
That's an Albanian text. It's not quite the same as our own, but we are familiar with their concepts.
Okay. I, myself, to my friends here, and a handful of others, are actively working to prevent said apocalypse. I'm sure you've noticed the weather getting a little special lately.
Yes. I am somewhat aware of the ongoing situation with what's happening in the continent. Most of our forces are being sent to Longreach for a reason. My husband is he's an admiral.
Is he?
And yes, he is currently sailing troops. I believe he's going to. He's sailing troops to Haveray. In fact, that's where his final stop is before he comes back. I'm vaguely aware of the things that are going on. I'm confused as to why you are here, though, if everything is happening mostly over there.
Well, so the Vistilian theocracy was recently attacked. And
I'm aware of that.
Some of the Azdakian military went over there to, I guess, reclaim territory. I don't know the full story.
Yes, the Caliph's forces did. It is politically a quagmire, but yes, there was Caliphate involvement. Yes.
When they went over there, they took a magic item.
Okay. Oh, so you're here for the item?
Yes.
I see. And you're hoping I can make you an introduction that might lead you to...
Get it without a lot of fuss. Yes.
I see.
It is worth saying that this item is a seal of Elendor.
Don't know what one of those is, but
magical conduit that keeps a divine barrier around the world that prevents what's happening from happening. It was created by the hero.
That sounds important.
Very.
I will...
This conversation is like a Christian priest going to like a Buddhist temple and telling them how Jesus died for his soul. It's like, okay, buddy.
No, so they believe the Caliphate has its own pantheon. It doesn't follow like the same 9 lights or anything, but the hero still is involved in their pantheon. The hero is the hero was seen as again, same, an entity for good. It's kind of one of those things of like, the thing about the hero is it's an undeniable truth of the world as to what they did. So they are always often revered or at least mentioned in people's religions. But the Azdakian belief system goes back way, way before the hero-centric story. And in fact, like, the Azdakian gods were also already mostly gone by then, or they are actually the gods from the 9 Lights, just with different names. In that regard. And like, for example, in the Azdakian belief system, Oasis, the Mother Wild, she still holds her normal name, but she's also the head of the pantheon here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's stuff like that. So there is crossover and there is like an understanding, but there are some very direct theological differences here compared to over there. I understand. Give me... The best man at my wedding, my husband's best man at my wedding, is currently the head of the Naval College here. I will reach out to him and see if he would like to come over for some tea. I feel like that would be a good introduction.
Okay.
Give me a moment. I will... Are you fine if I leave the house for a moment to go? I will be about 20 minutes, an hour, perhaps. Latest. Depending on how this goes.
I want to insight just at a...
Sure. Make an insight check.
Eh, 5.
Seems pretty straightforward. She's just like, this is important. This is not a universe I have a phone in. I'm going to go see if I can talk to this individual directly.
Sure.
And then come back.
Sounds good to me.
Please, all of you make yourself at home. I hope none of you are allergic to cats.
I am not.
If Ashkar gets too friendly, there is an icebox in the kitchen. There's some prime steaks in there. You can distract him with that.
You know, for a second, I don't think she means, like...
House cat.
I don't think that's what she's talking about.
No.
Sorry. Oh, wait, no. Oh, that's Big Kitty. You kitty.
He's really small for a sheet lion.
Fuck is a sheet lion.
And why can I not have one?
I mean, if you look around, actually in this house, anyway, she runs off. She's gonna go see if she can make some connections. But if you go for this is it's a modest to wealthy home. Clearly it's 4 stories. There seems to be a small library, like a small personal study and library. You're in like an entry parlor. There's tiled floors on the ground floor and then wood the rest of the way up. There's like, you smell like incense burners or spice, like very fragrant spice. There's a large kitchen. In this parlor upstairs, you see a large cat bed and in it is a sleeping sheet lion. Think of them like a mountain lion, but sleeker with like white fur. And their mane is very short around the neck and very thin down the back. And he's got like a little blue collar on.
I was honestly going to ask who in the right mind would keep a creature like this as a pet, and then I realized I literally have a pet griffin. Some might argue it is not a pet, it is a mount, and you'd be right in that distinction, but I feel like the semantics in this are lost in the actual point of some people who do just fraternize with beasts that could tear things to shreds.
Seems very docile.
Yeah. She'll look towards Breton and Valymr and just casually whisper, "It's probably nothing. But are either of yours... It's a trap alarm going off at all right now? Or maybe it's just me being paranoid."
I had maybe, yeah, a little bit. But I always kind of get that feeling when I'm in somewhere new.
Yeah.
We don't be surprised if assuming this individual is who they claim to be, I would be surprised if they were willing to work so audaciously and actively against somebody who is the daughter of a close friend.
That's my instinct. But I haven't... Yeah, it's been a long time. Let's keep our guard up. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, is there anything you want to do in the home? Like, is there anything you want to try and nosy
We're
around?
not going to be...
Brighton will not snoop around.
No, we're not going to be ill guests, but at the same time, keep your guard up. You know, don't take your armor off. Don't drink anything, really.
Sure. Okay. You're sat waiting for probably about 35 to 40 minutes at this time when you hear the latchkey of the doors reopen. Anrayne, also, I apologize, I didn't catch the rest of your friends' names. I've brought someone to speak to you.
Come downstairs. It's just guards. All guards. Nothing but guards.
No, you see, another Azdakian male. This guy's got like a very salt and pepper beard, and like a shaved head, and what seems to be like an eye patch, and then is in almost like almost kind of the similar armor, like suit of armor, kind of like that you'd see like Renaissance explorers in. It's got like a breastplate and then like a sash and what seems to be like medals and medallions like off of the sash. He's also got like what seems to be like a scimitar at his hip. And he just walks in. Hello, it is very nice to meet all of you. My name is Kareem, Admiral Kareem. I'm the head of the Naval College here. Sarah was
Sunderstar.
Anrayne Sunderstar.
My fiance, Breton Montpellier.
Sarah goes, "Oh, you're getting married!" Like in the background, just. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. I wish it was under better circumstances. I hear you have some information regarding an artifact we obtained recently.
Yes. Were you at the second summit?
I was not. I run the Naval Academy. I'm high up in our military establishment. I'm not summit worthy.
Okay, well, to make an incredibly long story short, I'm not going to give you the full one. We were also part of the Second Summit. We were actually the ones that called it. We're part of the Global Alliance to stop the incoming apocalypse. And when your Caliph went to the Bastilian Theocracy after it was destroyed, you claimed a magic item called the Scales of... hold on.
There was the scales. Yeah, there's the scales of law.
Scales of law. Yes.
I am vaguely aware of that. Yes, that was one of the many artifacts that we retrieved for safekeeping from the Bastilian Theocracy, or so the party line goes.
Yes, we need that.
I see. Well, that is not something I can directly do, but I can get you somewhere with some people that might be able to. And I am aware of everything going on. I have been trying to be reassigned from the college and try to be in active duty for the last since the second summit. But you know, they are saying that you know, it is the line of the military needs more officers in the field, and we're better to make sure that they get there than me. Sorry, I'm getting personal politics in the way. Of course, I will help you here.
If it helps grease the wheels, we have been charged by the Eladrin and the Immortal, Godric, and the Iron Duke, and the King of Lagran's Land to achieve our goal as the Skyfiring Adventuring Company.
King of the Nardathal.
King of the Who did I say?
You said the king of
King of
Land.
Lagergran's Land, yeah.
King of
One, Lagergran's Land is not a monarchy.
Yeah, the Iron Duke
Two,
of Lagergran's
you already
Land.
mentioned the Iron Duke.
The Iron Duke of
The
Lagergran's
Iron
Land
Duke asked us to do it twice, as a matter of fact.
and the King of Nodthel, as well as divine constituents from above.
It's at this point that Breton is double checking the list and realizes the Caliphate didn't come to the second summit.
Nope, they didn't. You didn't succeed in getting a connection there.
And while I understand that party politics are going to be an issue, it is with the utmost urgency that I stress the literal stake of the world. Or the stakes could not be higher. And no, the reward is not more stake.
From what I understand, before the summit, the Caliph believed that this was an long-reach problem, not a Solaran problem. But following the happenings at the summit, it became a big issue in our eyes. But please, are you okay to go now?
Yes, now would be preferable.
Thank you. Sarah, again, we will catch up for tea another time. Thank you for bringing them to me. She nods.
And she'll smile at Sarah very politely. We'll find time, I promise.
No, I understand. Please, go. You go outside and you actually see this individual does have 2 guards that were clearly waiting outside for him to come out. He just nods. He turns to one of them, and they do have a small carriage. It's we're going to the palace, please. Most haste. And both of them kind of nod, and they mount up to the driver in the driver's seat position, and he climbs into the side of the closed carriage and just kind of waves you on in.
Thank you.
And you begin a short ride through the palace gardens district towards the palace walls. There is an internal wall for the palace, it seems. And yes, it's got that very Granadan Moorish, that mix of Spanish and northern African architectural styles for a lot of this, the walls. There's a lot of textured arches, and the wall isn't just a flat wall. There's a lot of embezzlement to it. Embezzlement is not the right word. Embossment. Sorry, there we go. Embezzlement would be the stealing of money. Or assets. But yeah, it's a short 20-minute journey, and then you are taken through an internal gatehouse, and then the Admiral nods and goes, we are here. He gets out, and you are in a large marbled courtyard. It's you're clearly in the palace grounds, the sort of courtyard before the main palace. And he again kind of begins to beeline it towards the main palace. He's not running, but he is walking with purpose.
Following along, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just give me a general perception check from you guys.
General perception.
Yeah, my trap alarm is still pinging, but
Thought it might be.
22.
Oh, nice.
18.
13.
Valymr, you clock this. You don't know whether it's the slightly humid tropical-ish heat that's just got you on edge. There's like all of the running water that's everywhere in a place that's like so close. You notice that you notice like that there's a kind of a distinct lack of military presence. Like normally when you've entered like a main palace, there's been like patrols of guards, etc., and like people on the wall. You barely see people on the walls. Like you see one or two, like at a gate, but it's not like you're like. It feels a bit like light in the amount of guards, in your opinion.
And for their military having not deployed anywhere, where are they?
They're on their way to.
Their horsemen are. They promised cavalry. I don't know if the royal guard would be pulled away for that.
Yeah.
Also, military in the middle. I mean.
Yeah, you know that. So just to clarify, you know that like the Caliphate's men, a lot of their like troops are actually being deployed as like police and guards for like rear guard stuff. Like nothing for the main attack. They're essentially going in. So like, okay, you are sending like all of the fighting aged men and women from 10 Rhiannian cities. Who's going to protect those cities from the stuff coming out of the skies? It's kind of like, because they not all of them will get there fully in time to like be ready to then do another journey across another sea to get ready for an attack. They're just going, we're going to go be the garrison force, basically. Rear echelon work is a lot of what they're doing. As well as like, it seems like their navy is doing a lot of supply running and stuff at the moment. That's what you seem to have gathered as information. You do also catch an individual though as well, Valymr. You notice like probably 2-3 stories up, an individual you can't quite make the face out of, like is looking at you from an upstairs window within the palace.
Mm-hmm.
Ruby, you also pick up on the slight the lack of military that seems to be around what is just like the central palace of the Caliph of this entire empire.
Yeah,
feels a little concerning.
Yeah, she'll give Breton a look that just says something stinks.
Breton just shrugs his shoulders.
Big, make your way on in. And you're taking down a few like hallways and corridors before the admiral like knocks on what seems to be, from what you can gather from the various chambers and stuff that you've walked past, seems to be someone's office. And he's like rapidly knocking on this door. Like, it's like, like not stopping. And then suddenly, Karim, what are you doing? I'm sorry, High Marshal. There is no time to talk about fealties. You need to talk to these people. And you then see this guy leans out. And the individual is, they're referred to as High Marshal, which you assume is a very high rank. You see a probably like 28-year-old man, like lean out, and look at you. Very kind of thin-faced again, strong jaw, completely shaved head, and a pointed beard. With a really, really manicured moustache.
Wasn't aware the Caliphate was a meritocracy.
And
But the idea of like this person's an extremely high-ranking individual in the military. He's 28 years old. That seems very young to be promoted to such a prestigious position.
yes, and he looks. Okay. Please, hello. Come on in.
Okay.
And then as you walk closer, he gets a look at you, and he says, "Oh, Admiral, thank you for bringing these to me. I am aware of who I am in the presence of. You are members of the Skyfire Adventuring Company, are you not?"
We are.
What's left of it, anyways.
Then definitely, please come in.
Thank you.
And you enter this very, very, very organized office. There are like walls and walls of what seem to be like pigeonholes for like scrolls and like letters, and it's very like there are transcripts or maps or orders perhaps that are all just very, very clearly like alphabetized and categorized. It's almost like he's got like a Dewey Decimal System going on in there. There's like on his desk you see measures and what seem to be like numerous like abacus for like counting, as well as again scrolls upon scrolls, about 30 like empty vials and a freshly opened ink vial. There's also there's got like a bin next to the desk, and it's just filled with used quill. Like clearly this is like an avaricious writer and steward of the minister. It is like, and if you actually with your passive perception, Breton, you can definitely notice this. But it's all of the stuff. Some of it's written in Azdakian, which you don't read, but in the stuff that's in common, you're like, this is like logistics reports, supply, that sort of thing for the military. I'm sorry, this is not a. There's like a number of like chairs and stuff, but it's like he turns his. I'm sorry, this is not somewhere I normally take meetings or have.
Out of curiosity, this individual looks fairly young. He's just been recently promoted to High Marshal, and he's handling this position. Does his office? This is going to be a weird question because this is a different time. Does it look like this individual was promoted recently and is just kind of taking into the position, or are there signs of like? You know, is there like a portrait of this guy like shaking hands with a very official position like in the room? Like, does it seem like he took this office very recently, or is this a position that he's had for a while? Like, what kind of personal effects have been put here? Have they accumulated over the years of this position?
Sure. Looking at his desk, there seems to be only one or two personal items. There's like a ceremonial dagger that seems to be like sat at the foot of the desk, like almost like a badge of honor. And there seems to be like a few like personal like memorabilia items. You would say that this person clearly knows everything about this office though, and it's very orderly. It's very
OCD.
Yeah. It's very, but it's also OCD in a good way. It's like this person could find you reports from 200 years ago if he had them, like that. Like it would be. It's the sort of person you want, like running some sort of intelligence or military logistics in that regard. The other personal item you see is there seems to be like a falcon in a cage.
Sure.
Like a raptor in a cage over at the corner of the room. Also, this individual, I didn't explain. They're not in like a breastplate. They're not armored on armor. They're just in like comfy, silken robe-like clothing. It's like a two-piece, but the two pieces match. And actually, give me a history check, Breton and Ruby. I'll allow Breton and Ruby. Sorry, Mr. Underdark. This probably doesn't.
No, it makes sense.
Okay.
I would have
14.
declined.
Natural 20 for a total of 27.
Ruby,
Yeah, I wouldn't have beaten that anyway. So
Ruby, you actually see, you catch a glimpse of one of his rings. He's wearing a large signet ring. One seems to be match the sigilling of this office, like his position of office. But he has a second signet ring on a different finger. And you notice that that has a symbol of the royal family on it.
Which one?
Of the Caliphate.
Azdak. Okay.
Yeah. Has the Azdakian royal family as a symbol on it.
Son, nephew, cousin? How are you related to the Caliph?
Oh, well, we can talk about
You're the Caliph, aren't you?
family. No, far from. Caliph is a religious title.
Who runs the show?
It's a religious title that runs the show. Our family and the sultanship was put it this way, the people who were the royal family here haven't been the royal family here for a very long time.
Okay.
It's one of those things of, well, not directly. So it's hard to say. It's in their family, but it's not.
Figureheads.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's because a caliph is a religious title, but a sultan can hold it. But they've kind of separated church and state within the family. This individual is of the royal family that the caliph is of, but isn't. It's not like he is. It's not like it's a king's son in the same way.
Especially if it was a meritocracy and this individual is worth it. Granted, he might be valuable, and now it's just is this nepotism?
So did they tell you?
Is it nepotism? Is it meritocracy? Is it both?
Is it nepotism, but justified nepotism because they're actually really good at their job?
So did they tell you what we need?
I'm just meeting you for the first time. You have just entered my office.
Okay.
I'm not sure why you are here, but hello.
Hello.
I am High Marshal Zaid. Welcome. From everything I've heard, whilst I forgive me for not being overly happy that you're in my office, because normally this is a matter of dire importance from what I've heard. I
think we can classify this as a matter of importance.
No, this is pretty important.
The admiral was just kind of
we need the scale of law that the Caliph's forces reclaimed from the Bastilian theocracy, and we need it now.
Oh, okay. Should I ask why? Will it help me to get it if I ask why? Should I not ask why?
It's
going to help close the hole in the sky.
Yeah, it's to stop the apocalypse from happening.
We're going to save the world with it.
He just kind of... Sure.
We also have the backings of 7 different nations
Um,
trying to make sure this works?
no, of course the random scales that we recovered, amongst many other artifacts, is going to be tied to the greater...
Plus, they didn't know what it was they were taking.
They had no clue. It's a
Works
seal.
well.
And the first time Breton just kind of looks at Ruby and Valymr, and he's not going to say anything out loud because I have no idea what language this individual speaks. Actually, no. You know what? I think he would trust it. He would trust it. He would speak this in Fionian, because that way at least Ruby knows what he's saying. Just like, did they just plunder the theocracy? Sorry, did they just plunder the theocracy?
We?
He replies, "Plunder's such a strong word."
Of course he speaks Fionian. Why wouldn't he?
And then Valmyr's like, I have
This-
no idea what you're talking about.
we,
That just
He
swapped the
understands your
Dwarvish.
language
Fuck
too.
you!
I would.
I can do
if
Dwarvish
we,
too.
if we're all understanding that, can we go back to common?
Right, so yes, we need that very quickly.
I have a full list of everything that was requisitioned in the occupation of that part of the theocracy. I remember reading about the scales. It was a symbol of their rule, so of course it was taken.
We
I
don't
can-
particularly care about the politics of why
We're not
things
here-
were.
No,
Yeah.
Nothing about the
we're not-
religious.
it's it will be. I will have to seek the Caliph's blessing. It might take some time, but I can.
I will reiterate, we do not have time.
Yes.
Whoever's
We can
door
be very convincing.
whoever's door I have to knock on with enthusiasm to go to, I will do so. But if I find out that I have to spend the next 16 days doing a rigmarole of bureaucracy and politics, I'm just going to take the damn thing. I do not, I say this as kindly as I can. We are asking to be polite, and we really don't want to cause trouble. But for the sake of the world, we need those scales.
Yes. Absolutely. I
Take that how you will.
If this would... Breton trying to find the tactful scenario in this situation.
That is
This
her
is
being
not the way
tactful.
that-
no.
that
Yeah,
is Ruby being tactful. I
Yeah.
would not describe that as a normal individual being tactful.
There is a whole other, scale that we're working on here when we
Scale.
talk about tactful.
If it would appease to your claim, and this is an item where an exchange could take place. Obviously, you were not aware of the cultural, the religious, or powerful significance of this item when it was taken. But
No.
if an item might be presented from us to them and an exchange to might aid this, then perhaps a meeting could be more quickly brokered so that we could speak with them personally.
that would be something we would, I think, have to have. I would advise a personable meeting with the Caliph. And I can assure you that is something I can definitely arrange with the information provided to me. Karim, thank you. We have received your requisition with your request for transfer, and I'm looking into it as much as I can. But the Caliph is being stubborn on that. He like nods. Yes. With the way that things are going, however, I feel like we will need every able-bodied admiral and captain we have. So, I have a bag ready. I would say. Karim looks. I have several. Good. Please, adventurers. He 2 seconds. He then goes back to the open parchment on the table, quickly dabs his quill in some ink, and begins just writing. and like finishes like 3 sentences, hits a dot, puts his core down. Sorry, that was bugging me the entire time. Follow me. Unless there is anything else you'll need to say in private before we walk the halls of the palace.
Nope, we're good.
Good. The walls have ears here.
We've long rested, right? Because I actually haven't reset my character yet.
No.
You haven't given us a long rest. Sorry.
I will do that. Give me a moment.
Not to ask that for any pointed reason. Just specifying that that's a
Sure.
point that
Yeah.
we should have made.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Okay. You begin to again wander the widening halls. Are you walking in silence?
I'm gonna sing as I walk.
Sure. What are you singing?
Nothing. I'm just humming under my breath.
Imagine at this point, Breton is just like, we've had a lovely breakfast at a cafe, and then we were offered more coffee and tea at a residence. We've ridden across the city twice. We've made our way through the upper government. I think at this point, Breton's just like, you know what? If this goes to worse, Breton's just carbo loading. He's just eating the rest of these pastries. Just like, listen, if we have to get into this here, I want to be full and ready to go.
Fun. Okay.
There is a distinct possibility. Like, Ruby's not wrong. If they won't work with us, there is a chance that we're just like, well, we came here politely, but the end result will be the same. We're taking the scales.
Sure.
Breton wouldn't tell them that, but sure.
I am being polite as my alignment dictates. Now, I'm informing you as a courtesy. I'm walking out of here with the scales. Whether or not you give them to me is an entirely different story. But she is so not playing 15 rounds of bureaucratic political bullshit. Sorry, I'm walking out of it with today.
I want to say, this is a good point. Like, I would say maybe, because we probably did it earlier this day, we didn't say so, but if we didn't say, then at the very least, taking a minute for everybody to also activate the
Ritual?
the Cellite Shard.
Yeah.
Getting the mote possibility.
The mode possibility, sure. The Satellite Shard, yep. The Shard of the Great Mirror, yes.
Can we change the name of that in the actual party sheet just so it reflects what it's supposed to be? I keep seeing the Luxon beacon. I'm like, I know exactly what it is. It's like, no, it's not just a Luxon beacon. It's something else.
I have it in my inventory as well.
Cool. Yeah, you progress again down these hallways. The High Marshal does try to make some small talk because it is.
Breton is still being polite, but he's also just got like a hand on Ruby's shoulder, not like passively, but just kind of like rubbing it very gently, just like it's all right. We're being nice. It's okay. We're still being nice. We don't need to go off the handle just yet.
Like, it's been a while since I've been to Kerfalu. How is the city?
Well, it was most recently subdued. Kerfalu is the
capital. Attacked by demons and waves of blood and death knights and other.
I was trying to remember if there's Kerfalu and there's like Givriamvel.
That's where
is Ruby's home.
Was where the Sunderstar Manor was before it was burnt down.
Yeah.
And Arte is now where they are. Mr. Kensek, sorry, Lord Kensek. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but the last time I was in the Underdark, there was these like fried grubs on a stick. Is that popular where you are from, or?
Yes. And any kind of meats on sticks is it's great traveling food. So you can put a bunch on sticks with loops on the end of them.
Ooh.
Hold them on a string through them all, and then it's great to just travel around with. And getting from one place in the Underdark to another, there's civilization, nothing, civilization. So you need something to eat on the road between.
Here. Very
similar. So yeah, they're quite popular.
It's been a while since I've traveled. I was but a young boy when I went to the Underdark, so it's been.
Well, I've spent more time out of the Underdark in the past year than I ever have in the previous 20-something years of my life.
Oh, and how are you finding the Caliphate? How are you finding the city?
It is bright. Everything is very. The snow makes everything bright, and your architecture is very light as well. Not many dark buildings. Quite different, but beautiful architecture.
You should, if you're struggling with the brightness, maybe pick up some of the tinted glasses.
Well, that may help.
A number of vendors in the various markets will sell those. If you're suffering right now, he goes into his pocket and he pulls out a set. If you're suffering right now, please just.
I have a blindfold when it becomes...
Okay, he's not wearing the blindfold. Okay, no. That would have made that just the perfect exchange.
I have a blindfold when it gets too intense, and I can see through it just a little.
Fair enough. Anyway, you eventually come towards a large door when he speaks to like a guard there, who then lets you through. And you are brought to a very dimly lit room. Everywhere in this palace has been very like marbled, bright, sort of almost reflective, almost like catching the light. Tropical trees, birds, and then this is like quiet room, very very dimly lit. Silks lining a lot of the stonework. Strong smell of incense. And ahead of you see like a veiled seat, probably like a cushioned seat with an individual sat in it. But the veil of the material makes it hard to see them. Zaid calls out, "My Caliph, I bring His Holiness some keen adventurers and individuals that need to speak to you under a matter of great urgency, and I am sorry for the interruption. Best of your prayers." And the Caliph responds, "High Marshal, it is of no consequence. Adventurers, please step forward."
So forward, slight bow of the head.
Zaid as well speaks up again. "They are the members of the Skyfire Adventuring Company that held the Great Summit and attempted to prevent the tragedy that followed. They are helming part of the war effort that we are committed to helping." "Ah, so these are the brave adventurers of the Skyfire Adventuring Company. And what brings the denizens of war to my halls?"
The scales of law. You collected them from the Bastilian theocracy. We need them.
"And have them you shall. But..."
She was smiling, and then she's not.
"There is something else. I would advise you do. I will have the scales brought to you. You can take them. You can leave as well. In the Ashit Mountains, 2 days north of here, there is one who met the hero. One who had a deal with them. A malevolent being who is regaining its power. I have heard before my prayers were going unanswered that if you were to ever walk through these doors that I should send you there.
What being?
A being that met the hero, but one that is also evil and gaining power. If we were to think about a map right quick, where would be the Ashite Mountains? Where would that be in like proximity to other places?
So this would be these Ashite mountains would be just somewhere in the middle of the theocracy. So in the middle of the caliphate.
Okay.
He replies anyway. It is the one that cursed these lands.
We are in Abarwar, right?
Yes, Abarwar. The ice witch that cursed these lands.
Ice witch.
Yes. She made a deal with the hero. Long ago. One that didn't undo the curse, but stabilized it. So that those freed by him may live and survive the cold.
She's why it's getting colder.
She is? But in my prayers, the Great Mother told me that you would be looking for answers, and that the witch might have them.
Anybody who's met the hero and spoken with them might have more information that's useful.
But
I think it's worth the detour.
This is only advice. I cannot make you go, and of course, I will provide you with the scales. But I would be remiss if I did not warn you, or give you the advice if I ever saw you.
Does this creature have a name?
We're going to speak with them. It's a lot more polite to start a conversation with a name rather than, "Hello, Miss Ice Witch."
It's also so I can ask the Constellarium where they are exactly. If they spoke with the hero, then they'll have access to it.
They once went by the name of Salwa.
Salwa.
S-A-L-W-A.
Well, let's see where we're looking at. And she'll pull out the Constellarium. Alright, let's see if we can find your Salwa the Ice Witch. And she will try to use it to see if there's anything in that region that might pin it down.
What are you posing as a question?
Show me the location of Salwa the Ice Witch.
Okay.
It's the best name I've got.
The stars begin to manipulate again. And you are shown a set of mountains with 3 peaks. One larger in the center, one almost equally sized, flanking each side, almost unnaturally even. And in the center of the largest mountain, there is a brighter glowing star.
I think we have our location. I don't suppose we have any way to keep warm out there, do we? Not to this extent of cold. Thermal cubes? Anything like that?
The Caliph speaks. High Marshal, See that our adventurers are provisioned if they are to go north. He takes a deep. The High Marshal takes a deep bow. I will have servants prepare the scales and retrieve them from the vault.
Thank you. I have one question that you actually might be able to answer. We've not heard anything from the Kaitang. No,
Kaitang.
Kaitang.
Kaitang is the isolationist. Yes.
Yes. We have not heard anything from Kaitang. Have they interacted with you at all? Any real reason what's going on?
They've been turning away our caravans for the first time in 500 years. They are actively aggressive to anything that tries to enter their realm. All the ports are blocked. The gates on the Great Wall, all the gates on the Great Walls have been closed.
Interesting.
They
say why?
They're fully turning insular.
Who is in control of the Great Walls? Are
It's
they
an emperor.
facing inwards or outwards?
Yeah, it's theirs.
It's theirs. It's the Kaitangin. It's
Katang is the one that owns the Great Walls. Okay.
yeah. It's on the Azdak border, and then the rest of it, like the Great Walls, go up and then sort of into the mountains that share along all the Cognate border. The walls kind of stop when the mountains become too much to cross. Of course, so there is a
And then
lot of
there's-
like smuggling and stuff because of that.
There's more in the
Between it and Natria.
Atria, yeah.
In the
Yeah,
points.
I
where
have a map
and
open
stuff,
at the
yeah.
moment, but I was just wondering who controls it.
Yeah, it's
But
it's
yeah,
them.
it's Kaitang then.
They do it.
I imagine that's a sight too, because I have to picture Atria is the land of dragons. Building a wall, not going to keep a dragon out. But I bet if you looked at that wall, ballistas just every 30 feet.
It's the Great Wall with that movie with Matt Damon.
Oh my! I low key kind of liked that film.
I haven't. I
I-
want to see it.
And Willem
I haven't
Dafoe.
seen it yet.
With Willem
It is the
Dafoe.
definition of a movie.
Yeah, it's
It's
like
really, really bad.
yeah.
See,
but
I
it's-
quite
it's
like the
kind of
Dracula
like-
movie that everyone describes as an movie as
It's
well.
like-
So
Like I'm
like-
much more forgiving. It's not a bad movie. It is just the definition of like a.
I like it in
movie.
the same vein of I like Under Siege with Steven Seagal. Like it's
I
like
like anything with
yeah.
a Steven Seagal.
It's like it's like one of those things of like, yeah, this does not hold up today, or this isn't gonna be breaking the movie scene, but it's a fun to watch kind of thing. Like you got some
Battleship
time.
with Rihanna.
Yeah, like it's that level. It is exactly that level.
It was also a really bad movie, but
yeah.
No, it wasn't. It
Oh,
gets such a
no.
bad rap. It was really fun.
Well, yeah, it's fun. You just get like
My wife and I really like
was
that
it like
movie.
20,
Okay.
60-year-olds at the end, or 60 and 70 and 80-year-olds to
former Navy person. No, that movie was really bad.
Okay, but that
to
not
recommission a
everyone is
World War
former
II
Navy
battleship. Yeah, let's go. Like fucking.
Anyway,
It's.
Well, I want to point this out, and this is we can finish the conversation after this. This is coming from the person who said the Street Fighter movie is a good movie.
the original one with Jean-Claude Van Damme. Yes,
Um,
you know why? Because part of its budget was allocated to his cocaine budget.
Oh, Christ.
That doesn't make a
I'm-
good movie.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna let
that-
you
that-
guys continue talking about this because I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to break away from the table for 2 minutes. 'Cause I really need the bathroom.
Okay, so we are going to continue this conversation.
Yeah, you guys
Now,
keep going.
Roll Julia, incredible performances in Bison. I will not dispute that. The rest of that movie it was an awful movie.
You see, the thing that makes it great though is that it didn't take itself seriously.
still
It doesn't
not
make it a
thing
good
that-
movie.
Yeah, that's not.
It went full circle from bad to good. All right.
See,
Now,
this,
if you
this is the argument that people make to say, "Oh yeah, no, The Room with what's his face? Is it The Room?"
It is the room. I
Stephen
agree.
Wiseau, yeah, is
Yeah.
a good movie because it goes full circle. No, it doesn't. It's still shit.
no, because the Street Fighter movie with Legend of Chun-Li was awful.
Is that the one that came out recently?
I don't know.
Recently, relatively. It's after
Yeah.
2000.
It's Kristen
Oh,
Krug.
yeah. Look, anything that came out after like 2015 is a recent movie to me still. Actually,
I
no,
don't know.
fuck that. Iron Man is still recent. It's 2008.
It had Michael Clark Duncan as Bison, which I all right, cool. He's a big guy. He could do it. Not Bison. I'm sorry, Balrog.
I have no idea the characters or the.
He was the boxer, big black boxer guy. They had the kid who played Liu Kang from Mortal Kombat as Gen.
Wait, I'm thinking of a different. I'm thinking of the Mortal Kombat movie.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's different from the Street Fighter movie, obviously.
No, see, no. The guy who played the guy who played Liu Kang in Mortal Kombat plays Gen in the Street Fighter movie. It's really, really, really bad. We're talking like Battlefield Earth levels of bad.
Cheese off the charts.
But it took itself seriously the whole time.
See, there's some things I appreciate when silly concepts take themselves seriously. Like anything to do with Warhammer, it's a silly concept, but I like when it takes itself seriously. That makes it more fun to me.
I was watching
Warhammer at least has good writing.
I was watching Naked Gun recently, and
33 and a third. Naked Gun 33 and a third.
The original TV series.
As in Police Squad one, as in like Police Squad.
As in Police Squad. The series and the.
Squad. Leslie Nielsen.
I'm drawing a blank on the actor's name at the moment. I can't. Leslie Nielsen. Thank you.
So good.
Somebody asked him. It's like
it's really
Leslie.
bad that's O.J. Simpson though. Is the only thing I want to have to say.
Sure, but Leslie Nielsen was asked, like, Leslie, why did you transfer from being an actor to being a comedian? He's like, I didn't transfer to being a comedian. What I transferred is instead of doing serious lines seriously, I did not serious lines seriously. That's the only change I ever made. And he's absolutely right. Like everything he delivers it as stone cold face as he possibly can, and that's what makes it so great.
Well, that's also why Airplane's so funny. Like Leslie Nielsen was an absolute blessing in terms of comedy. Like
he was.
I'm not. Some American comedy, if it's like that, masterwork. Also, 33 and a third is just a fantastic film. I will never get over the moment where he's just like looking up the woman's legs, and it's just like 4 sets of kneecaps at one point. It's just like it's such good visual humor. Anyway,
no, there's a scene in Police Squad where he's talking to a boxer and he's like, you think you could take him? He's like, I could take him blindfold him. Could you take him when he could see? I could do that too. Just perfect and perfect. Anyways, we need to get back to D&D. This is not our movie cast.
Yeah, but technically, I can take people blindfolded.
Nah.
D&D.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to ask the Caliph?
What his favorite cheesy movie is?
He's a Shrek kind of guy.
Oh, of course.
Because somebody once told him.
Oh my god.
Wait, I mean, probably Ruby told him the world was going to roll him if he didn't give us them fucking scales.
Not the sharpest seal on the plane.
It's all fun and games until the sorceress literally just stares a heat beam through a wall like fucking Superman.
You could do that and not even say a word. She's just staring and suddenly...
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, is there anything you guys want to ask the Caliph, or are you good?
Nope.
Okay.
Is there any magical means with which you can help us in the fight that you clearly know is important? Magical items?
We're being provisioned with things to help us get there and deal with the cold, Valymr.
So cloaks and food.
You're also being given the scales.
Fair. Okay, you know what? You take 100% of the shots you don't take, or I don't know.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
It's an above world saying. I don't know. This is my primary language. You want to talk in Undercommon? I'll give you all of the idioms, but
no, not a lot of shots you don't take in the Underdark.
I don't know. You generally can't see the shots you don't take. We have different words.
I imagine the expression in the Underdark, since everything is so dark down there, it's like, everything you don't see is still out to get you.
Yeah, it's not paranoia if you're right.
I think their most known saying is bring an extra set of matches. Anyway. And never eat the yellow fungus. either way. You are then led out of the Caliph's presence, and the Marshal just kind of... You realize he's been like holding his breath the entire time and kind of goes... when you get outside.
General feel, was he nervous about how Ruby was going to handle this conversation, or just worried about this conversation with the Kaleem in general?
Give me an insight check.
Sure. Like, I imagine you might be nervous allowing several heavily armed and powerful individuals to meet the lord of your nation, but also after Ruby just, I am rolling like shit tonight. That is an 8.
There was a flat level of anxiety, you feel like, with this guy.
Sure.
Listen, 6 months ago, if we tried to get anything done with anybody, we would have had to gone through 45 rounds of red tape, talk to 16 different nobles. I'm cutting through this bullshit. You know what? Drain the swamp.
I understand. No. The point always lies, we have proof now. We were always right. Still have to show some tact. We're not... Once we fix the world, it'd be nice to not have burned every bridge along the way.
You know what? As long as the world's standing, I can tolerate that.
Anyway, I am supposed to equip you to travel. Do you have steeds? Do you have a way to traverse the ice? Do you need a guide?
Teleportation, flying, we know where we're going.
How bad is the wind?
I'm yet to receive a full weather report for today. I can get you that.
How high up does the bad weather go?
It's a magical snowstorm. I don't know. It changes. Things are weird here. You know the history of the Caliphate, right?
I know that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if I go 4,000 feet up, am I still in the curse, or...?
Well, I think at that point you're cold anyways.
Yeah, but I can at least weather that one.
You can avoid the ice sandstorms.
Ice sandstorms.
Not only is it coarse, grating, and get everywhere, it then melts and makes you damp.
I had a conversation with a friend the other day of... They were having an ice storm, but there was thunder and lightning.
Thunder snow.
It's called a thunder snow. And they're like, no, technically it's not snowing, it's ice, so it'd be a thunder slush. What the fuck would a dust storm mixed with snow be called?
I mean,
well, in the Middle East,
when ice is falling, it's hail. Is that not the same in the States?
But in the Middle East, the sandstorms are called haboobs.
Haboobs?
So it'd be a snowboob.
Snowboobs.
It's a snowboob. Congratulations. We have named it a snow dust storm is a snowboob.
I'll be right back, guys.
Sure it is. We don't have we can get you I can probably arrange for you to get a war sled. We can't fly directly. We don't have like flying machines like the Lessions or anything of the sort. It does not fare well in the weather.
The weather's going to be very poor. I don't imagine flying would also be recommended. I have a griffin. My griffin is quite competent. I don't know if my griffin would fare very well in this weather. I can handle the weather fine. I'm used to it. I grew up in climates like this. But the rest of my party would need to be accommodated. If we were to get a war sled, I don't suppose you have any... again, this is just asking about a common magic item that does exist. It's the concept of a thermal cube. Imagine, once you look at that image, you're going to be like, oh, I bet this thing absolutely exists, and they basically put these in homes in very cold areas, maybe even like the Caliphate, to keep the temperature regulated.
I have the Traveler's Staff. I've got the location from the Constellium. I can teleport us there. At least close.
You could, but there's the risk that we've never been there before. We're not very familiar with the place. By my logic, there's an entirely possible that we teleport and we end up farther away than we started.
Then I teleport again. This is 4 days of travel to a place that we have never seen before outside of the Constellarium.
2 days to get to, and then once we're there, we can just teleport back to Seat.
And we lose the war sled and whatever provisions they bring us?
We can make another sled. Or, well, it depends. If I send you with a driver and guide, they could always just bring it back. Thermal cube, it looks like we do not have some of those exist, but we are not very rich in enchanting materials in this nation, and we rely on more mechanical powers. Steam, harnessing the power of water mostly.
Face is screeching inwardly.
It's fine. We'll make do with the cold.
If you take a war sled, you certainly won't be cold. They have heating.
My southern blood does not appreciate this. And she will huff and... No, she's huffing at Breton.
I understand. You'll be all right. We'll tuck you in nice and secure. You can just basically sit in your little... Brenton's gonna compare it to like a blanket for the entire way there.
Look, it is just an offer. If you would prefer to take your other means, you absolutely can. But
No, I think the war sled is going to be the most accommodating way to get there.
I will.
So, odds are we will very likely want to make a hasty exit, not wasting the other 2 days to come back, or more, considering if any of the snowstorm buries us and we have to wait an extra day.
I will send for our most experienced driver and navigator. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Brent's just trying to rub Ruby's back, like, it'll be warm, it's fine.
Can we... I don't suppose coffee could be a thing they could put on that?
Oh, provisions.
Thermoses,
for sure,
can you
yes.
provide?
It should have its own coffee brewing station on it.
How fancy is this war? Like, is this war sled basically just what we were traveling in when we were trying to get from, when we finally made it inland all the way to Lakrid's Land?
Imagine the cart.
Yeah, it's a car. The interior's fully heated. It's got a coffee stand, a place. Yes, it's we're not going to be roughing it so much as like we're getting an RV on our way there.
Okay.
I will have all of your provisions and the sled at the northern gate in 2 hours.
We're ready to go.
Okay. Peace be with you. Have a good day. And he marches off, essentially.
Peace be with you.
So, is there anything you'd like to do in the city beforehand?
Preach about the cold weather.
Okay.
Other than that, no.
Well,
It's an
Long
excuse to go-
Reach is all being cleaned out of its potions and shit for the war. This place might be a little bit less affected, so maybe we go searching for potions.
Sure, that's fine. Though I will say we must keep one thing specifically in mind. They literally just got done telling us they don't have much in the way of enchanting equipment. So I would not expect us to find any like magic items beyond the kiln of what that. Potions, they didn't mention anything of, but it's worth the look. Clearly, they have an adequate alchemical and brewing mentality.
Oh yeah.
Like, they know how to make coffee. You know what? I think they can handle a healing potion.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I will go in search of a potion shop of sorts.
Give me... What senses or skills are you utilizing in your search, Valymr?
I wish to ask people where.
I asked the cab driver, if you were to buy a potion in town, where would you go?
Yeah, I'm asking basically.
Okay, you're pointed to the spice markets. There's the random passerby is just like, yes, yes, many of the spice huts and coffee houses and chocolatiers and remedy stores, apothecary. That's all handled in the spice markets.
To the spice markets then, please.
Sure. Are you taking like a rickshaw?
Is that the hippo guy with the cart? Or
You can try and find
you
can try and find Dejert again, but
no, we'll find
Gerard, a cool dude. I don't know if we always need to like find Gerard, or it's just one of those situations where he's just the guy every time. It's just
every cab driver.
Well, every
is
cab
Gerard
driver
now.
is Dejert. It's not Gerard. It's Dejert. DJERT.
Cool. So Gerard can help us.
I thought he said his name was Gerard. That's why I was confused.
No, his name is Dejert. He's just like, do you know what? I'm gonna roll. Fine. Yeah, it's Dejert again. It is you again. How are you doing?
Not bad. Can you bring us to the spice markets?
Oh, absolutely. Hop on board.
Hopping on board.
We're going on a bit of a journey for the next 2 days, and we're looking into procuring some potions and tinctures. I don't suppose, would you know if there's anything in the spike markets, something that you could take that would help keep you warm in these cold temperatures? Should you had to go outside?
Most people just drink the coffee.
Sure, that will help.
Cheers. Yeah.
We're gonna Ruby's gonna have like 3 layers of coats bundled up, drinking from a coffee thermos as we're just walking like the 100 feet from the sled towards wherever the interior of this place is.
Yeah, climbing a mountain.
I imagine the mountain itself is also gonna be quite cold.
Yeah, it's because if Ruby has to make the place warm, you guys are really screwed.
Anyway, you're eventually taken towards the spice market, which is lines upon lines of interlocking streets and shop fronts, with the center between all of the you see it before you hit there, because the spice markets also seem to be the density of all the buildings is so much so that it's almost like a roofed forum, and actually the streets are shaded with big sort of cloth and silken like interlading like sheets of like vibrant colors, reds, oranges, blues, greens, like sort of all like patchwork covering and shading the walk to keep it cooler. There's open spice stalls like in the center, in between all these shops, and you see perfumeries, chocolatiers, you see spice traders in themselves, you see like clothing salesmen as well. But you are eventually you do stop at. Dejert does stop the cart right outside what seems to be an alchemist's store. If you're looking for potions of the sort, this store might be of good use.
Thank you. I will pay him if it is the same fee, I'll pay him the 2 silver.
It's like, if you're going to keep utilizing my services until you leave, we could just call it a gold piece.
Sure. Just to keep the engine warm.
Absolutely.
Knowing full well that he is the engine.
Yeah, he then pulls out a thermos of coffee and starts drinking.
We'll pay him the gold for the next 2. So we have a driver for the next 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay. Do you enter the alchemists?
Yes.
Okay. Inside you see a very, I want to say standard almost, like alchemist store. There's like, there's clear like flasks and burners and cauldrons bubbling away making potions. There is like cabinet cases of like various potions and stuff like that. There's also a lot of like balms and stuff for more like etc. for like very standard consumer use, but there is also what seemed to be in a section labeled adventuring supplies, that kind of thing as well. And then the individual who is the shopkeeper, though, does immediately catch your eye as another non-humanoid a humanoid non-human race. They are almost similar to a dragonborn in the fact that they are quite scaled, but the long protruding snout and more aquatic features are interesting. Plus, their eye sockets are kind of raised on top of their head rather to the side with Dragonborn. This seems to be some sort of like alligator crocodile race.
Sure. Why not? What the fuck is this person doing here? In the middle of a cold climate? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this nation used to be a desert climate. And it's certainly not that cold in the city. Well, actually, you do see he's wearing like a fur coat right now.
Lizard folk, isn't he?
Not quite. It's more gator.
He's an alligator person as far as we can tell. We've seen raccoon people, we've seen lots of beast folk in this world.
Mean mugging anyway.
Evening, can I tell this individual's gender?
Do we want to assume?
Good evening. How may I help you?
We are looking for basically whatever potion surplus you might be able to provide. Healing, other versatility, and if you have any potions of cold resistance, those would also not go amiss.
Anything that can shield the mind as well, if that's a thing that might exist.
Well, you have certainly come to the right place.
Is Midge doing Southern? Oh my god.
Midge is doing a Southern accent. This is surreal.
Now, we do have many a bomb for...
You're gonna bury Beth under that desk.
I don't think I've broken Beth this much.
I'm gonna turn this around and mute myself because
I don't know that I've broken Beth this much ever but just by simply doing.
Because you're not just doing a Southern accent; you're doing a Kentucky Fried Southern accent. This is plantation owner talk, is what it is.
It is a deep in the
Wait,
body.
who is it that's making these potions? Out of curiosity, I mean, that's not a question actually.
If it's for anything other than 11 herbs and spices, he's doing it wrong.
This is the spice market.
You may now.
That's
call me
it.
the
We
Major.
peaked. We're done. It all culminates in this joke.
You could
Like
call me
all
Kane.
the elaborate world building, all the elaborate storytelling, ending the world was all a big joke for the alligator
The Colonel
Kentucky
was
Fried
my father.
Spice Market.
The Colonel was my father. You can call me the Major.
Even if it's alligator, it still tastes like chicken.
Oh Jesus! Oh sweet. King.
For those of you in the other states who have never had alligator, it does just taste like chicken.
They used to sell alligator in Lidl here. Anyway.
All right. Can we recover? We've got 7 minutes until 4 o'clock. Yeah. Can we recover before end of session?
Probably not. No. We do have a fine selection of healing potions of various sizes and uniformity. Cold resistance potions do happen to be one of my speciality. But things to shield the mind? Now that right there, now that's a ticket. Why might one want something to dull the senses in such a way?
It's not so much dulling the senses, it's to keep prying minds out of mine.
Also, God damn it, I'm gonna jump into Southern if I don't focus. The idea here is also that creatures that would seek to damage the mind through psionic means, psychic repellent, or resistance might be a more colloquial term.
I may have just the recipe, but it's not something I have prepared. I would have to do some brewing.
Well, we've got a couple of days until we have to get out of here. Would that be enough for you to...
If I
do
can
some brewing?
procure the ingredients required, then I could turn around a batch in a couple of days.
Well,
That's
what are you in
promising.
need of? And can you point us in the right direction to procure? Maybe we can help speed it up.
Let me see here. And he opens, like, it seems to be like a big tome at the back shelf by some of his lab equipment. Well, the hardest thing to come by is, unfortunately, I need some ingredients from the Underdark, which are mighty rare in these parts. But I have some exotic sources, and I can check in with them. It would take me some time, and I don't think I could quote you an amount directly, as I would need to contact the sellers, but I'm certain I can make it if I can get the ingredients.
We need possibly
Underdark.
Underdark Valymr. Would it just be easier for us to source this from where you came from? I know your family's not currently there, but
That's what I'm thinking. If we can hop, skip, and steal it from my sister, that might work. I'm probably going to be familiar with what these are.
we're working on a very finite timetable. Why don't we stick to what you currently have on stock? You said your bread and butter cold resistance potions, which we're going to need for our coming trip, but also healing potions would be quite useful.
Well, what kind? I can definitely do you some cold resistance. How many are you looking for?
I'm going to be climbing a mountain and be useful to be able to drink those periodically. Fortunately, I don't need them, so however many you two think would be viable.
Probably from but underneath her venue of coats and scarves and hats that she's currently wearing. As many as you can make. That'll last for an hour.
I have enough. He points to like a bubbling cauldron.
Just a barrel of it. Just literally scoops it into a vial.
Cauldron is like, I have enough for maybe 200 servants, but depending on how much in bulk you're looking to buy, it's gonna fracture the price. So let's boil this down to some. You got it boiled down into some hours. How many hours worth are you looking for?
I think a more important question is how much is an hour going to cost? We also need to know what necessarily we have the realm of reason to afford.
1 hour is 300 gold pieces. But if you're buying in bulk, I can shift some of the price and get you more of a closer to the distribution side rather than the customer-fronted retail side.
Breton just going to lean in and say, I mean, we got 3,000. So, assuming that our party lead sheet is accurate, which we've been led to believe at this point is true,
Yep.
we've got 3,000 gold pieces just in gold pieces. We could take 10 servings. Do we think we need 10 servings of this?
I don't think 10 servings, because I do think this is probably one of the only places we're going to be able to get anything to do with, like, psychic resistance potions, which it's going to be pretty frickin' handy when it comes to the final fight.
Again, I think if sourcing these materials from the Underdark's thing, what he would charge us for that here, if there is any settlements the Drow have in the Underdark that produce potions, guarantee you they would have it for cheaper and in greater supply.
Mage, can I make some kind of roll to see what, like, my family, I don't know how, it's been probably a long ass time since you read my backstory doc, but my
Trade hub.
sisters are all about, magic. They're all sorcerers. Every single one of the women in my family are sorcerers.
Mm-hmm.
They would have potions and shit, storage, all like, would I know if psychic resistance would be in any kind of way something that could be there?
Give me a history check, bud.
Yeah.
Just growing up there, did you is this like standard fare for a soldier because there are mind flayers or other horrible psychic beasties down there?
19.
You would know that because the Underdark often battles with leftover aberration colonies. There's a lot of wilderness, but in the deeper rungs of it, if say an ex-mind flayer colony is found, it needs to be removed. So knowledge on how to make psychic resistance is far more prevalent in the Underdark than it would be above ground, in your opinion. Hang on, I need to change the...
Didn't know how they were made, but
yeah,
they were pretty relatively common. I mean, if we want, we can take a stop in Kensek to hopefully pick some up, because, I mean, my grandmother was killed by an aberration that did all sorts of psychic bullshit, so...
Yeah, they're far more common under than they would be. And you would know that actually psychic resistance, part of some variants of the recipes, can be made from mind flayers.
I just think that sourcing it from where it'd be easy to find would be the smart thing to do. Cold potions are going to be useful, not just for this mountain. If we're going to be facing dragons, some dragons do spit cold. It would be nice to have that as well. And whatever we don't use, if we don't end up fighting the dragons, then we can provide it to those who will be going to the Isle of Dragons. This is not just prepping for now, this is prepping for the future.
That's a fair point.
Put it this way. For every 10 you buy, I'll knock 10 gold pieces off of the price per unit. Does that work for you?
So it's 300 gold pieces and he knocks 10 off for every 10 we buy. That means he would knock off 100 gold pieces if we spend 3,000. So that is not even a 5% discount.
I mean, feel free to barter with him.
Yeah, he says that, and Breton just kind of looks at him like, yeah, we're definitely not fucking buying any psychic potions from you. Suddenly, all I'm seeing is that, suave alligator from a Disney movie that's just, trying to, from New Orleans, just, trying to take everybody from their fucking coin.
How about if we buy 10, you throw in an extra couple?
You know what? I'm looking at you people. I like you people. If you buy 10, I'll throw in an extra 1 per person. So 13.
Did he just barter above what I... Yes! Deal, give me that hand. The claw, whatever the hell is on the end of your arm. Yes, okay.
Now, did I also hear you might be interested in some healing?
Healing, yes, of course.
Just to... He has every form of healing potion in terms of size. Quantity varies.
Sure.
I have on me a single superior, 2 regulars, and 3 greaters.
So how much is a potion of supreme healing?
You have to ask.
Well, I know the price, but for this guy, it's a ripoff, I'm sure.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be a ripoff. 300 gold pieces for a frost resist is actually a really good deal.
But it's 10d4 plus 20, I think.
Yes, 10d4 plus 20 for a supreme healing.
We're at that level.
That is the high tier shit. It is. Breton is a paladin.
He has a cabinet with 3 of those in, like a special shelf behind him.
And we've got... I don't know if we want to blow everything here, but party loot wise, we've got over 10,000 gold pieces that we can spend. But I don't know if, like I said, if we want to save some of this for psychic potions because of how useful those are going to be.
The supreme healing potion. They are either 3,000 pop, or if you're buying all 3,
I half expected him to say 10,000. I'm not gonna lie. I half expected, like, if you buy all 3, it's only 10,000. It's like, oh, so now we're getting surcharged.
My intelligence might be low, but it's not 4.
7,500.
I think we can swing that.
That would be more money than we got the party loot.
Actually,
no, it would leave us with 200 gold pieces total in the party loot.
I have on me personally 1,700 as well.
How much does Ruby have on her? If she has any.
She does.
So I'll tell you now, Breton has 1,000 gold pieces on him, and that's only because we were given group stipend, and Breton just put it in his inventory.
I've got 480 platinum and 37 gold.
Okay, so that's a substantial amount of coin.
Yeah.
Like, if you guys want to buy these Supremes, Breton will be like, okay, I mean, I've got 1,000 of group funds. Technically speaking, these should just be in the party sheet, but we can't add to the party sheet, so 1,000 of that. If we want to buy 10 things of cold, that'll give us 13 things of cold, 3 things of Supreme. And obviously, it just makes sense to buy 3 of them, because if we're going to get 1 for half off, then that's a good deal.
All right, I think that's a good idea then.
Damn good deal.
About 242 gold in the party sheet.
All right, how much am I spending on these things?
None. It's all in the party sheet already. We can afford it in there.
I'll say for the Supremes. Actually, you don't even have enough to afford 1, do you, Valymr?
Unless I get the 1 for 1 for like half off.
I'd say so for the sake of this, 15, 15, 15 would be 4,500. I couldn't even afford that even if I wanted to. Yeah, I guess if you guys just want to drain the bank account, like, that just drains the bank account.
I need to, but
because that's 3,000 plus 7,500, which is 10,050. That leaves us exactly with 242 gold pieces left in the party sheet. But that's 3 Supreme Potions, and that's 13 Cold Potions.
What about my 480 platinum?
That won't touch that. You got the party's funds would currently be unaffected.
What if I donate 2,000 gold to it then?
Then we keep 2,000 gold in the party sheet.
Yeah. Then add 2,000 gold to the party sheet, and you could take it from my I'll subtract 200 platinum, so that puts me at 280.
Yeah.
And then 242 gold and 200 platinum.
Yeah. But Midge, you have to edit that.
Yeah, I'm currently just seeing if there's a setting that I can change to allow you to change those.
So let us do it. Like if you want me to handle it, I can do that. That's fine. But we don't have the means to change the party loot.
Yeah.
Didn't Zedaar have that as his thing? Can Zedaar touch the party sheet?
No, Zedaar couldn't do that either. Like
Oh.
I could bring Zedaar's character sheet up, but I have permission for Zedaar, but I don't have the ability to modify the character sheet.
Okay.
I'll bring it up and see.
I just remember it being his job to deal with party loot.
God damn it.
Because no one else was trustworthy enough.
I don't have the attention span to do it effectively.
I've flicked a switch. Can you try now?
Oh. Stuff happened.
That gave us a whole bunch of new information. We still
Yeah.
can't modify the party lead, but it does tell us literally every single item that is being carried by any member of the party, as well as the total gold pieces that is carried by every member of the party in total.
5,000 something, yeah.
That was 5,346 gold pieces.
I can apparently turn on a dice tower.
I think maybe we can look at it between.
Yeah, I'll
sessions,
look it
so-
up after. I'll look it up after. Okay. So how much am I wiping out of the party sheet?
Just turn it into
242 in gold
GP.
pieces left, and then 200 platinum left. And that's...
And then Ruby drops 200 of her own platinum.
So gold is down to
242.
and platinum down to
200.
fab.
And that's 13 potions of cold resist and 3 potions of supreme healing.
Yep.
Who's got the Supremes?
I think one of us just take each.
Okay.
Because that seems like that. Like, I'd love to provide for everybody else we're going to be helping here, but at this point, like, listen, we got to get to that point.
Potion of Supreme Healing.
I'm dragging those in.
It heals you supremely.
Gray shit ton. Party
Can you
sheet.
turn that into a 2 so I can start
I'm
drawing
dragging
out?
those in. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay, the 3 Supreme are in there. Okay, the 13
And a
cold
cold
resistance are in there too.
You all take one of those you're going to use. Breton does not need them.
Yeah, I'll take 2 for now.
Yeah.
My personal advice: wait until you've actually started to fail your con saves against cold before you start drinking them, because that'll go a lot longer if you do.
Fab.
Yeah.
But
'cause
without-
I've got,
Without further ado, we're actually over time.
Yeah.
So I do declare that we should end tonight's session.
You're killing me, Mitch. You're killing me. I cannot fucking handle the
faux southern. You're lucky I
Nope,
didn't
couldn't
make
do it.
gator. It's a gator, you know?
Who's a gator? Well, actually, my grandfather was.
It'd be just as awful if to Mikey if I started doing Irish. Like
Yeah.
it would get. It would.
I mean, happens. I've got a very up. Not everyone can be an Englishman.
As it turns out, your southern is not quite bad.
But why are alligators so ornery? Because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush.
But either way, all I've got left to do today is to thank those who have been here. So thank you to Bethany Rose, to DM Lake, and to Lord Lambert. I've been Midgeman. We've been the Monday cast on the Elendor Chronicles, and we will be back next time. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you as we begin an adventure into the great ice sheets. Bye-bye.
Salute.
G'day, my name's Damned, and today we're going to have a look at the World Builder campaign tool. It's built into Morecore, and it's also available as an extension for all core RPG rule sets. Here's the tool to launch it. So we can see we've entered in some details for a number of different groups or places or religions. So